That's it.
Is that Leon? Can't stop saying that.
Didn't you see 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Good book too.
Microphones are on. Good evening. This is the November 5, 2025 regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 4:10 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. I'd like to offer a reminder, please, that the task force is not utilizing the chat function in WebEx. It's not being used because members of the community who are with us physically in the room or have joined us on the telephone are not able to see your comments. Chair Yankee, that completes my announcements.
Thank you, Administrator Peterson. Let's go ahead and start with item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes.
If you could call the roll.
Calling the roll. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt, present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood, present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman, present. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson, present. Member Highland, absent. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel, present. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, absent. Member Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein, present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee, present. Member Adams. Member Adams, present. 2 absent, 8 present. 9. 9. Present.
Okay, so we have a quorum. Are there any agenda changes?
We've been informed that Member Highland will be joining us shortly. Member Wolf will be joining us shortly. No known agenda changes.
Okay, no agenda changes. Anything from the members? Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment on that, if there is any.
Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium at this time. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, welcome new task force member and introductory remarks.
Okay, so we have a new member for our mayoral seat, and so I wanted to turn it over to Member Michael Adams to introduce himself and anything else he wants to say. So, Member Adams?
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Is this on? Yep. Looks like it's on. Testing. Feels like it's on. I don't know. How do we feel? I can move it.
A little closer.
Yep. All right. So as you might have noticed, this is my first time at the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I'm very excited to be here. For the last 2.5 years, have spent all of my time studying the San Francisco government and trying to map out how it works and then explain that to other people. So I am a huge beneficiary of public data and when I found out about this opportunity, I was very excited to get the chance. So I'm excited to be here with you. I'm the mayor's designee, so my role will be somewhat different, but I'm very excited to contribute and to help out. So happy to be here.
Thank you for joining us. And know that the meetings might go a little late. Member LaHood?
I just wanted to say, welcome. I had a chance to have a great conversation with Member Adams before he had anything to do with the task force, and I think he's going to be an amazing addition, and I'm excited to hear his contributions because I think they're going to help us along the way. So welcome.
Thank you.
As I've noted before, we had a prior mayoral designee. Obviously, I know it's a non-voting seat, but feel free to be just as much involved in our discussion. We want to hear what you have to say, and so just jump right in.
For sure. Thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment on that, if there is any.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 2? If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give everyone a moment. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 3.
Item number 3, approval of the October 15, 2025 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Special Meeting Minutes.
Okay, do we have any edits to these minutes, or if not, is there a motion to approve them? Member Pilpel.
Although I was not at the meeting and I did not listen to the audio, I did have a couple of brief things that I caught. I'm not going to turn these in because they're very simple. Under item 1, although it was called for 4:30, did you not get a quorum until 5:54? Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And the action under item
I'm
1?
sorry, that is a change.
No,
No,
it would.
no, he was just verifying that it really didn't start until 5:54, and that wasn't a typo.
All right. The action under item 1, was it actually to continue that item to the next available committee meeting or the next available full task force meeting, or was it not that specific?
That was to the next committee meeting. It was one that we had special room. We had extra room on the agenda, so one that hadn't gone to committee yet.
So it
So
was set-
it's
okay.
going to go just back to the committee, back in the normal queue.
Okay, so that is actually,
That is accurate.
okay, sounds good. Page 2, item 2, the action should say to approve the August 6th, 2025 minutes.
That is a change. So do you have that one, Administrator Peterson? The year is wrong.
Yes, page 2, item 2. Correction of the year.
This is why I get the big money. Page 7, item 16, to just insert the word by after filed.
Noted.
And page 9, near the bottom, Honest Charlie Bodkin offered public comment on part 2 of the motion. Was there a part 2? Does that make sense in context?
It makes sense in context. We had a motion, and then we had more discussion and added to the motion
Okay.
before we had a final motion.
That's fine. Then maybe let's change the end of that to a period rather than a comma.
Can you be more specific, please, for the record?
The line there, Honest Charlie Bodkin, blah, blah, blah.
The line there.
Yes, sorry. The Honest Charlie Bodkin line. Does this make sense?
Which one? There's 2 of them that start on. It's Charlie Bodkin.
At the bottom of page 9.
The final one, it says, Honest Charlie Bodkin offered public comment on part 2 of the motion.
That's the only one that I see. Oh, I'm
Oh.
sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. The second
Yeah.
reference.
Okay, so Pat, it ends in a comma instead of a period.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. That's all I have.
And I have one small one because we were on it. If you go back to page 2, the vote for item number 3, the absent, it's just missing the number 4 before the list of the 4 people who were absent. Right.
Noted. Item 3, page 2.
Would you like a motion?
Sure.
I will move to approve the minutes with those minor edits that we discussed.
Okay, so motion to approve the minutes with those edits. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Anderson. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Individuals wishing to make public comment on item 3, approval of the October 15, 2025 Task Force Special Meeting Minutes. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, we'll close public comment and take the vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 3, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland, absent. Member Wolf. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 ayes, 2 absent.
Okay, that motion passes. Let's move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, approval of orders of determination. File number 24007, Kevin Cantwell against San Francisco Police Department. File 25037, Paul Kaniha against San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. File number 25042, Paul Kaniha against San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency. File number 24053, Michael Petrellis against Human Rights Commission. File number, correction, that should be file 25053. File 25071, Wesley Saunders against San Francisco Recreation and Parks Department.
Okay, do we have any edits to these? Member Pilpel?
First, a question perhaps to the Deputy City Attorney. The 4th file number was listed incorrectly. Are we still okay with acting on that? Feel free to think about it for a moment.
Real fast for you, Ann, I think Pat already corrected it online on 11.3. I'm not sure, but just to add facts to the decision-making process, it looks like an update was posted. It says corrected 11/3/2025, but it looks like the printed copies didn't include that. So,
The sequencing of preparing for the meeting and printing copies versus finding the error. I apologize. Oh,
Deputy City Attorney, yes, it's fine to proceed as is because the revision has already been updated and posted. Thank you.
Okay. Only a couple of minor things on 24007. The second line, instead of or allegedly, can we change that to or? Sort of an F for allegedly?
may I request written updates as well to make sure that I capture these all?
I think there are only 2, so
Is that a no?
I think they're pretty straightforward.
That's a no. Okay. Just a moment, please.
Sure.
All right, would you please repeat?
First one, file number 24007, the second line says or allegedly. I'm suggesting that we change that to for, F-O-R, allegedly. And I'm not sure that it's a substantive change, but on 25071, the action,
I'm muting microphones.
Great.
25071.
Yep. The EOT action block has different formatting from others, so I don't know where that formatting came from, but it doesn't change any of the text.
The changes requested.
Yep.
Noted.
That's all I saw. Thanks.
Okay, any other changes from the members? If not, do we have a motion to approve with those edits?
Do you want such a motion? So moved.
Okay, moved by member Pilpel to approve the orders of determination with those edits. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Let's move to public comment on that.
Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment on item number 4, approval of orders of determination, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, we'll close public comment and move to a vote on that item.
Taking the vote on item 4, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland, absent. Member Wolf, absent. Member Wolf, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absent, 8 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. Item number 5 requires member Highland's attendance as well, and he should be here any minute. So why don't we move to item number 6, and then we'll jump back to item number 5 when member Highland comes.
One moment, please. Item 6, Administrators Report. Items for discussion are task force and committee tentative hearing schedule with potential adjustments, drafts of the 2026 meeting calendar, complaints and hearing requests, pending petitions and complaints, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force member attendance, and communications received recently.
Okay, so why don't we start with the upcoming tentative hearing schedule? It looks like so this only covers November and December, so let's work our way through November. Is everything okay with complaints for November 18th? One's available?
I think we're fine.
Okay. EOT. I know we're going to do I think a 4:30 going for, not 4. But, oh, great. Member Highland's here. He can weigh in on this one because I know this was a question he had. So Member Highland, we were just
Clock again.
4:28 p.m. Yep, it's change that to 4:30. So we're just about to discuss the November EOT meeting. So this would be. Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was 428.
4:28.
Okay.
Okay, so for the Education Outreach and Training Committee, which I believe we do have items that could definitely go on that agenda or some agenda that's scheduled for Tuesday, the 25th of November. That's the week though of Thanksgiving. Are the members available that week on that Tuesday? So this would be 2 days before Thanksgiving.
At this point, I am available for 4 or 4:30, whatever.
Okay, Member Kumar, are you available? November 25th for EOT. Okay, but you can't be until 4:30, correct? Okay. So we'd have 2 people, Member Highland?
TBD, that's why I brought it
Okay.
up. But I should know probably the next week.
Okay, so we have at least two people, so it looks like we can still proceed with the meeting. So why don't we, but I think it's 4:30. We're going to have to do not 4 o'clock.
I think that'll be our new start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, question, what do we need to do? Since it sounds like 4:30 is going to be the go forward thing, so we don't have to notice this as a special meeting every time. I mean,
It would be nice to get that. Yeah.
I don't think we need to take a vote on it. I think the chair of the
Yeah.
committee can just make it
Once
official.
was that time, so.
Actually, at the next item with discussion about the next year's calendar, which I have to reserve now.
Okay,
It's set for 4:30.
okay. So this will be the last special one, and then we'll go, when we move into 2026, we'll just calendar it as regular. Okay. All right, let's look at December then.
And I'm sorry, can we also just be sure that this meeting happens? Because I think in connection with commission streamlining, there was a note that several of the EOT meetings were canceled recently. So if we can just be sure that we do meet, that would be great.
And I recall reading that note as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to December. So December 3rd, I think we should be okay. December 16th for complaints. Everything good for December so far? Okay. And then it looks like we were able to get a room reservation for December 30th for compliance and amendments to cancel the one on the 23rd. So is everyone for CAC available on the 30th?
Yes.
Good?
Member
Okay.
Wolf wrote and said that he is not certain yet.
Okay.
We would have at least 3.
You have at least 3, so we have 4. So we can continue with that. Great.
We talked about last week. So, yeah.
And just, it's not on here, but looking forward, January 7th to be the next full task force. That does not interfere with New Year. So I think we should be fine to that. That's, we're going to discuss in our next bullet point. So do we want to continue with this or do we want to jump back to number 5?
Why don't we just finish this item and then we can go back to.
But yeah, we're making good progress here. We have time. All right, let's go to the draft 2026 meeting calendar.
Attachments, 2 calendars, 1 calendar and 1 schedule are attachments. If you want something visual and something to read.
So our administrator did an excellent job of giving us a calendar. We can see where things land, see where potential holidays conflict.
And the calendar that I would like to confirm is in the text chart.
The one on page 7, right?
Correct.
So I'll open it up. Does anyone see any potential issues with adopting this calendar? Member Pepper?
Yeah, I think our regular standing dates and times work. I did not go through and do my further analysis of conflicts. If we can postpone that discussion perhaps to next month so that we make these reservations, but to the extent that there's an identified potential conflict, that we flag it and deal with it as soon as possible. I understand that. I'm not sure that we need to do that today, do we? We could, but.
I'll leave it up to administrator. What?
Through the chair. Dates are due now.
I'm sorry?
The dates are due now. I would like to go ahead and reserve these tentatively, so at least we have the majority of our dates.
Okay.
Member Hood?
Administrator Peterson, do you happen to just perhaps this would allay Member Pilpel's fears? Do you have a list? Could you describe what the holidays are under those green boxes? Because perhaps you've done the work that he was planning to do.
Just a moment. Let me bring it up.
Thank you. or excuse me, I guess the blue boxes, because, yeah.
Wait, blue or green?
Well, the blue ones are the public officially recognized, and those are the blue ones as the religious holidays. I'm assuming that that's where the questions are arising.
May 27, forgive my pronunciation, Eid al-Adha. September 11, Rosh Hashanah. September 11 to September 13. November 8, Diwali. Member Kumar, do I have the dates correct? I
No, Diwali was in October. It's over.
For next year.
Next year, I don't know.
Is it typically in October?
It's just, I don't know. I'm still on last Diwali's handover.
according to Google, November 8th of 2026.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be if that's the one. Yeah.
December 4,
And in case anyone's wondering, I notice this is not marked here, Easter Sunday. So if anyone's doing things that week or the week before is April 5th.
Our regular Sunday meeting might not be.
Well, I know she marked Sunday ones of people who may be making travel plans.
and Hanukkah, December 4 through 12. I will add Easter, except that the following week is generally not a meeting week.
Yeah.
So I think we're
I think we
okay
should
on
be
that.
fine then. Member Popo?
Yeah, the only thing that I've identified, at least in the first 9 months of the year, is April 1st. That regular night is a conflict with a Jewish holiday.
It conflicts with Passover.
Right, it's the second night.
Oh, and it looks like you actually had a tag on there, and maybe it was just not colored. Yeah.
Yes, I couldn't do a dual color thing.
Okay, so it looks like that
First
is
night.
the conflict one.
Yeah, so that's kind of a problem, at least for me, perhaps for others. Through the end of September, which is the calendar I'm looking at now, I haven't identified any other conflicts for me. I will, again, I can come back maybe next month with October, November, December, if there are any problems there.
We could probably tentative, okay, so let's focus in on April 1st. So does anyone else can have an issue with April 1st?
If it's only a problem for me,
Then I
there's
think-
that. Other members may or may not feel so conflicted. I would offer, if it's a problem or becomes a problem, the previous night is a Tuesday, the 31st. It's a fifth Tuesday in March. And I'm certainly available that night as a possible alternative to just move it back one night.
On the 31st?
Yeah.
That one, for some reason, is saying it's a public holiday officially recognized by CCSF. So that I think will be a problem.
Our old friend, Monsieur Chavez. Yes, got it. Okay. So I don't have a proposal for April. Maybe I'll just,
Shall I look
Be
for a date the
unavailable.
following week?
What's that?
Shall I look for a date the following week?
if it only affects me directly, then I'll
Yeah.
just be unavailable. There's that.
That's, yeah, we could do that. Why don't we do this? Here's going to be my suggestion. Let me know what everyone thinks. Why don't we have our administrator tentatively reserve all these rooms now, lock it in. We can put this on the agenda for next month as well. If someone flags something, if they can't see right now, we can revisit it and ask our administrator to change it. Does that work for everyone?
And-
But just I wanted to get something locked in.
And just to clarify, Administrator Peterson, it's hard for us to pick new dates, but if we were to swap our own committee meetings or things like that, that's more acceptable. Is that correct? Just as point of information.
I will check with Madam Clerk.
Okay, that's just curiosity, no particular reason for it at this moment.
So the instruction is to reserve the calendar and put it on.
Yeah,
the agenda.
because this is probably like a motion thing, I'll make a motion just to make it official to direct the administrator to reserve dates, the tentative dates on the 2026 SOTF meeting calendar, and to agendize this item again for next month. Seconded by Member Anderson.
Okay, so that would mean that I don't have to do my memo from.
That's
last
correct.
month. Okay.
Public comment?
Public comment. Yep.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on the calendar, the motion on the calendar, please approach the podium at this time. If you're in the room, if you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay. Public comment is closed. We can take a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on the calendar in item 6, Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 1 absent, 9 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. What we'll do here, since we got through the scheduling part, I'm going to stop for item 6 now. We'll come back to item 6 and we'll go back to item number 5.
Item number 5, remarks from members Highland and Pilpel regarding comments made at the March 5, 2025 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to members Highland and Pilpel to say what it is they have prepared. I don't know which of you wants to go first.
Is Ms. Morawski here?
Please so.
I am sorry. I have a right to an opinion on an item as to its substance, but not about the complainants and the respondents. I should not have said what I said or even thought it. And once again, I am sorry.
Likewise, my comments were about the nature of the file and were not meant to be personal anyway. And if they were construed that way, I do apologize. Thank you.
Okay. This is a no action item, but we will take public comment if there is any.
Good afternoon.
1 moment, please. Let me set the timer, Commissioner.
Member Pipel, I want to appreciate you during your interview with Chair Yankee that you did take accountability. Member Highland, I find you very disturbing to think that you feel that I'm deserving of those behaviors and that type of treatment. I'm going to read a statement. On March 5th, during the Sunshine Ordinance Task Meeting, your microphones were hot. And what we all heard wasn't just background noise. It was bias and it was disrespectful. Please look at me when I'm talking to you because I'm talking to you. You humiliated me publicly. Don't do that. That's rude.
Carry on.
Someone said, just pick anything and adjudicate it. Is that justice? Was it a joke? As if people's voices and residents you're supposed to serve didn't matter. That one statement said everything about how this fair city's leadership has drifted from its integrity. Again, let's remind myself that Member Highland thinks I'm deserving of these words. I want to be very clear, it isn't about me. It's about every resident who comes before you hoping for justice, fairness, and instead, I hear laughter and mockery. When you mock a senior or a person with a diversion, a neurodiversion, when you refer to statements about one, that eggs are expensive but scrambled brains are in front of you, like it's entertainment. You're here to be bullied? I don't need your personal opinions about me. I've never voiced them to you. You're not just being unprofessional, you're being cruel. I came prepared with my paperwork in order and checked my facts with the Sunshine Ordinance task clerk. Member Highland, you drove me for 8 minutes because I don't think you look at the work or privy to the information that's before you on each case. But instead of respect, I was met with laughter and insult, not leadership, not justice, harm. That from a public bullying in the moment was humiliating, and it was wrong.
30 seconds.
Because your job is to serve with integrity, humility, and respect, not arrogance and bias. Cultural humility means listening before judging. It means remembering that public service is a privilege, not a platform or ridicule. You may not like how I speak directly, but I will not be silenced. I will not let you define me through your mockery. Your words reveled your character, not mine. And for that, I'm asking accountability. Because just pick anything and adjudicate it is that justice sounds like San Francisco. Then it's time to refine what justice means.
Commissioner, that concludes your time.
Is there any other public comment?
Anyone wishing to make public comment, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, public comment is closed. Before we move on, I see Member Kumar's hand.
Chair Yankee, I wanted some clarity on when this exactly happened, because if it happened during one of the EOTC committee meeting that I'm also a part of, then I'm very sorry. This
Was the March 5th, 2025 Full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting.
all
Not
right.
an EOT.
All right. Yeah. I just wanted to acknowledge that as a woman, I also feel very upset that this happened, and I hope we can address these concerns in the task force going forward.
Thank you, Member Kumar. Okay. Seeing no other hands, we will move on to back to item number 6.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so we were at item number 3 of item number 6.
Yes. Item 5, no action taken. Item number 6, item 3 of item 6. Since the October 15, 2025 administrators meeting, we received the complaints listed here. They have not all been scheduled for complaint. I am collecting information and preparing them for first review. Several of the matters were received earlier. They are notated in the footnotes. They were received as hard copy, and I did not get them processed.
Okay. Member Papa?
Just a couple of quick questions from the limited information that we have here. I just had a couple of things. Let me see. Schedule for initial hearing, that's pretty straightforward. Requesting supporting documentation, you're looking for more stuff. What does recommendation do not accept mean for our purposes?
In the right-hand column.
Yes. Would you like me to review each case?
Just,
No, I think what Member Pelpel is asking, are you giving us a recommendation and asking us to tell you don't accept it? Or are you not accepting it and you're just conveying that to us?
No, I'm not there yet. I'm still reviewing the materials. But my suggestion will be, and I can go back and respond in more detail. But in looking at these initial cases, it looks like they were not appropriate for hearing. And I can go back and look.
I guess my point, I'm not sure what my point is. If there's something for us to decide here, that's fine. Scheduling things for initial hearing is great. I can just tell you right now, if it's anything related to the San Francisco County Transportation Authority, I would opine right now that we probably do not have jurisdiction. And, you know, if there's a way to just say, thanks, but we're not the place to go with that, that's what I would do. For the other items, I would not block it. I would, you know, schedule it and hear it on the merits. And I mean, if somebody's got an issue with information from Supervisor Mahmood's office or the SFMTA, that seems appropriate for a hearing. But I
Through the chair,
I only know what I see here.
Through the chair, I'm not requesting a decision here. I'm wanting to let the task force know what complaints were received,
Okay,
just as a volume.
Okay.
got it. Then we don't need to take action. We'll let you work it out with Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I know that there are some cases that don't appear to be something that comes into the categories that we cover here. However, I think there needs to be some, you know, affirmation by the members, whether we have the chair do it or it comes before us. And I think that if we get any cases, this is not a criticism of Ms. Peterson's work, but I would be concerned if there were cases where they're turned away and it's not something that has been sort of confirmed by either the chair or the members here. And I have seen one or two in the past where it seemed like it was not given to us. And I thought it should be something we should be considering or looking at. So it is a concern of mine. I don't need any kind of action on it, but I think there can be things where maybe it's borderline within our jurisdiction. And if a complaint comes to us, you know, 6721 is pretty broad. And so it, in many cases, might kick in, and then we've got to at least look at something at some level. That's all.
Yeah, I'll note to that point. I think there's kind of unfortunately a scale of the type of emails that our administrator receives. I know some of them, I saw one that you copied me on this week was, can you help me find like the source of a check that I received in the mail from the city and county of San Francisco, had nothing to do with Sunshine or the task force. And so we obviously don't want those things clogging up the system. I think trying to find that line of when is it worth sending on and when is it just an administrative closure because it just has nothing to do with us. This can kind of be a work in progress. So I guess what I would do is urge the administrator that if it seems like it at all possibly could be within our jurisdiction to schedule it, unless it's almost a pretty much for sure this is not us. Does that seem to be a good way to go about this?
Thank you. That's fine with me.
Okay.
It sounds good.
Okay, noted.
Member Popel?
Sorry, one other thing. I'm just looking at the footnotes. I assume that there's some long story. Is there a short story about the Michael Turon matters that were received by mail in July versus those that were received recently and why the July ones are only getting docketed now?
Yes, they were received as hard copy and I didn't process them.
Okay. And hopefully we have something in place so that that doesn't happen again?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm good with this section. Thanks.
Okay, let's move on to part 4.
Section 4, pending petitions and complaints before the task force and its committees. Since this time, the item with Mr. Joe Rodriguez will be going forward. We received, that was a follow-up matter, and we have a request to continue it, so it will be added to the calendar.
And that was the one with footnote 8.
Yes, footnote 8.
Okay, it looks like footnote 6 and 7, which are the ones from 2023 and 2024 are on this agenda. So we have been working with the administrator to clean up anything that's been out there and sitting and trying to, make sure that we don't have files that are pending for years. And so I think after tonight, we'll be all on 2025. So that's good news.
That
All
would
on
be
2025 with a significant number of complaints, but yes.
Yes, I see suddenly our complaints have picked up quite a bit. And I think just as a reminder to the committees, I know they do an excellent job, but just it looks like in particular, we do have a lot from one complainant against one specific respondent. And so those I haven't seen them, but when the committees look at those, if those are ones that might be able to be combined, consider that.
If there are more than 2 matters, and may I combine them at a meeting? I know we aim for a maximum of 2.
We aim for a maximum of 2, but I will let you work with the chairs of those committees on how to triage those. I mean, I'm just looking at this. I mean, I would say that the ones that came in the mail from Mr. Turon back in July, obviously are high priority since they were sitting for now 4 months. So those should probably get high priority. That's 2. And then the others, I'll let you kind of figure out that. But the amount that are sitting out here now looks like it's too much for one single complaint committee. So I'll have you and maybe Member Schmidt can work out how best to develop a timeline for those.
Thank you.
Member Popel?
perhaps EOT in November could address some of those. Perhaps. Sorry, just one question, or maybe it's just a math problem. On 2023, if there are only 2, then the total should have been 2.
Yeah.
But
That was.
all right. I am so looking forward to 23 and 24 being dealt with one way or the other, and just getting down to 25. That would be babu. Thank you.
Section 5.
Section 5.
Section 5, attendance. These are the records that I have. Please let me know if there are any updates that you have. This notes that the October 15 meeting is not listed here because it's a special meeting.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Any corrections to this section? All right, hearing none. Item 6 is a list of the communications received since the last administrator's report. Are there any questions about what's listed here?
No questions, but I will note that I worked with Member Pelpa on one letter to the Commission Streamlining Task Force that's included here, and then they submitted or published their staff suggestions, and so I quickly submitted a second public comment to them. So I didn't know if members had any, and I see that we also had one from Richard Nee that was CC'd to us. That's great to have on this group here. Who's here? Can't see who's behind the podium. There we go. Okay. So I'll open up the floor if anyone wanted to discuss any of the substance in those communications, since I think they're rather important. If people have questions, I can add that the Commission Streamlining Task Force was meeting nearly simultaneous with the start of our meeting. From what I can understand, it sounds like they decide, I heard some discussion, but didn't catch all of it, but that they were trying to apply some type of advisory template to us, but still not say that we're an advisory body. I'm not exactly sure where that leaves us and what classification we're ultimately still going to be in. If they were just trying to make it easy and just apply things to us, but still not classify. So I wanted to listen more to the audio on that, or if anyone has any thoughts on that. But I do understand that the motion they passed eliminated the staff suggestion that the task force gets automatically sunsetted every 3 years. So that's, I think, good news. And one of the points I think many of us raised. However, it sounds like I'm not sure that they did it or asking for recommendations from staff to do it, but there was talk about eliminating seat-specific requirements. So, for instance, seat 1 has to be a nominated, attorney. Seat 2 has to be a nominated, but I'm not sure they really came up with a alternate plan, or if that's still in the works. Member LaHood, did you?
Yeah, so I was in the meeting, although I missed a couple of minutes getting here and then sitting down, and Rickney was there and perhaps heard the whole thing. But based on what I heard there and then based on what I heard here, it sounds like they are recommending getting rid of the nominations, but keeping the underlying sentiment of what those nominations are supposed to bring, plus the other requirements, and coming up with a different sort of profile requirement that it wasn't clear whether it may or may not apply to specific seats or apply to the task force as a whole, where we will have to come up with a matrix and make sure that all requirements are satisfied by the task force as a whole. That was my interpretation.
What's your side?
I just
Microphone.
fill in like a little bit. I'm filling in a little bit. I know, which is that when they started that task force, they talked about like, I think 3 different categories of bodies, and they talked about us as being sort of a regulatory body. But then when they devised these templates, they didn't really devise a template for regulatory bodies. And so I guess they took that advisory template to kind of analyze what it is that we did. But they clarified that they don't consider us necessarily an advisory body, but they use the advisory template to make any recommendations that they had, which is kind of a strange thing.
Yeah.
That was my understanding of it based on and tracking. And then I think it was very vague about, they maybe would just say, I mean, the way I interpreted this thing of having the requirements apply to the seats generally, but not specific seats. It just seemed like they were going to say, we're looking for people with this, with one of these arrays of experience or expertise. But I'm not even sure that they were saying that we want to make sure that they're all on there, just that this is sort of the general that's all I heard, really. I don't think we really know how they would apply it generally, or whether there would be any kind of balancing, which is a little worrisome for me, because I feel like it is very useful to have a lawyer. And what if they just say law, but we didn't find anyone this time, let's take other people. And I also think obviously it's very useful to have journalists and people who have done have a background in understanding like citizen participation in governance.
Member Popo?
Yeah, a number of thoughts, starting with the commission streamlining. Perhaps for the next administrator's report, I believe that there were some other communications to that task force from Mr. Monette Shaw, from other individuals. Yes. So maybe if we can just gather all of those other comments as well, so that people can see the range of comment that they received relative to us. I don't think it's that much. It's probably just 2 or 3 other things.
Well, could we just link to that agenda item perhaps?
We could.
They're all included there. I don't want to create a
we could, but maybe you can look and see if it's not that. Anyway, the point is I didn't want to give any greater weight to San Franciscans for Sunshine than the others. It was a good letter. It was a great letter. Thank you. I'm just saying others had different views. Perhaps also for next time, if you could pull the decisions related to our task force from their decision matrix and include that to whatever extent they've dressed that up, so that we would have an opportunity to digest that and perhaps clarify if there's a need to do that, because they're going to be back at it before February with their final recommendations. and then it's off to the board and then possibly to the ballot. So there are a number of additional steps that what happened today was important, but it's not the final bit. That's what I had on streamlining.
Excuse me. May I get clarification on the instruction to the.
So what I'll do,
To call the recommendation.
the chair.
what I'll do is I'm going to try to make this a separate agenda item, since I think we now finally have something to work with. Up until now, there really hasn't been much to agendize because they hadn't published any recommendations or anything to link to. So any discussion we would have had been all hypothetical. I think now we have staff recommendations, we have the first actions that they're taking. And so I think now is a good time for us to have that as a separate standalone agenda item. We can now actually have something to work off of and to spur our discussion. So I will put that as its own agenda item on December.
That's fantastic.
And is there a due out expected from me?
I will work with you on that. So just Administrator Pierce, just for now, when you start to prepare the agenda, just put like a Commission Streamlining Task Force placeholder thing, and then I will work with you to find what it is they may have published on, after this meeting they had today that would be good as an attachment to that.
Noted. Thank you.
Two other items in this section,
Correct.
unrelated to streamlining. I'm not quite sure why how's it pronounced, Ian Leeper? Items were included, but I think these are good examples of the occasional thing that comes in from out in the world, not trying to characterize good, bad, or otherwise, that city staff may receive and try to determine as best they can what it is and how to respond to it. And I don't know how many others there are like these, but I know several years ago, the Ethics Commission and other bodies would receive random things from people that they had to try to interpret if there was actually a sunshine request in there, or if it was just thoughts, musings, rants, whatever, however you want to characterize it. So that was just my point, is that sometimes stuff comes in. Maybe that's why it was brought to our attention. I don't know. I'm sorry. And on the Ethics Commission, I did not see a notice in the last few days from the Ethics Commission, so I assume that they're still churning through, what do you call it, the updates to the regs?
The regs. Yeah, they're still, as far as I know, I'm on their interested persons list, and so I have not seen that topic addressed since, when was it? August, maybe?
Yeah.
Last time? I did receive a notice, though I think I was forwarded to everyone, that we will be receiving a formal dismissal for the supervisor and guardian matter, because he's no longer a sitting supervisor.
So when you get that, that'll be on whenever or whatever.
Whenever I get that, which I'm assuming, even though we never got one, I'm assuming the same thought process as the one to Member Schmidt, who submitted something for Mayor Breed in the text messages a few days before for her last day, but I don't believe you've ever received a response.
Yeah, the response hasn't come. And, I have to think there's a possibility that there's actually something happening there, or else it's just, sitting in someone's outbox. Or
You might want to follow up with because I believe it came from your address. You sent it. Maybe say, have you?
If I don't know exactly how it was done, administratively, it may have come from my address. I thought we sort of had it come from the task force. But yeah, if they thought, well, Ingardio's not around, and we don't think that we want to impose, this or that, or we don't want to do this or that because Ingardio's gone, then they could apply that same logic to Mayor Breed. But it is interesting that came out really quickly, the Ingardio, whereas I think it's been 7 or 8 months since we sent the letter.
I think January 11. It was January.
Okay. And so Yeah, I think at some point, maybe in the next month, I guess I could just send something over to them saying, could you tell us if there's any status?
Yeah. So once I receive, I was told I will receive a formal letter and I will include that as a public communication and we can have a further discussion if we want to. I don't want to get too much into that because it's not necessarily on this agenda, but that will be upcoming.
And just to finish out my comments here, I'll have a couple of city attorney requests under items 13 and or 14 when we get there. But just finally, you'll recall that we've seen some public communications over a number of months from Ahimsa Porter Sumchai. I think I saw a media report last week that they did find additional plutonium at the Hunters Point shipyard and that the city is finally pursuing that. So in some ways, maybe she was right all along. Anyway, I just wanted to note that. It's been a longstanding concern in the community.
Anything else? Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yes, I think there's a point of law that one thing I want to do is have us ask our city attorney, our group of city attorneys to look at. And I think that it's also a point of law that it doesn't seem to be stressed with the committee to the commission to eliminate commissions, whatever the name of that body is, which is that I believe that because this task force was put into place based on a voter approved ordinance, I think that the limitations on what can be done to alter the Sunshine Ordinance are being sort of given short shrift. And it sounds like it is something that the city attorney advising that body has some sense of, which is that you can't sort of take away, but you can add, et cetera, et cetera. But every time that point comes up, it seems to me that it's posed in very vague terms, and it's never really like nobody ever actually cites the law that talks about why you can't alter the creation of this task force in significant ways because it's a voter approved task force. So basically, the way I would pose the question is, please advise on the legal restrictions on amending the Sunshine Ordinance due to its creation by voter approved ordinance. That would be the way I would sort of ask the question.
Member Schmidt, just real briefly.
Yes.
I just did want to note that in the staff memorandum for our body, there is a footnote that says that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force was voter approved, so changes require going back to the voters. So they've already flagged that as something they would have to do. Now, granted, when they package up their charter amendment, they're going to go to the voters. So, I'm assuming that they're going to probably do the ones they don't have to go to the voters, that will be lumped into the one that does have to go into the voters if they do choose to make some of these changes that we've talked about.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if everything was supposed to get packaged and go to voters.
Yeah, it's going to be one big charter amendment that basically encompasses anything that needs to go to the voters, which it's not just us, it's a lot of the bodies because they're in the charter, there are other voter,
Got it.
and they're all going to be lumped in this one charter amendment and go before the voters.
Okay, so the board's not going to actually make changes on its own. It's just going to channel something.
Yeah, right. When it's going to suggest a charter amendment, that will then go to the Board of Supervisors who may accept, not accept, or make revisions to that. And then the Board of Supervisors will place that charter amendment on the ballot, which would effectuate the changes or recommendations from the Commission Streamlining Task Force.
Yeah, it feels to me like that footnote does actually portray legally what the restriction is. Yes. But if it's all required to go to the voters, then I don't think it should be that much of a concern to us. I was just concerned that they were going to try to run stuff just through the board.
No, and there are some things that apparently don't have to go to the voters, but we're being flagged as it does have to go to the voters.
Okay,
category.
good.
Just to chime in on that briefly, I think that's true as to charter amendments. I think that's also true as to us and potentially any other ordinance bodies that were enacted by the voters. What I don't know, and what may be an interesting question, although I'm not going to ask for city attorney time on this, is whether any ordinance to amend the Sunshine Ordinance or any other ordinances that have to go to the voters, if that's subject to the single subject rule at the Board of Supervisors, or if those need to be standalone ballot measures. So a charter amendment can amend any number of sections of the charter and isn't subject to that, but an ordinance is normally subject to the single subject rule. So you normally can't enact an ordinance at the board, nor put one before the voters that changes this code about this thing, changes this code about this completely unrelated thing, and changes this third thing about something also unrelated. If there's a common theme to it, perhaps. And so that's one of the measures that we sent a letter about several months ago. But in general, this single subject rule is intended to prevent omnibus legislation from being at the board. And it's longstanding practice of the city. So anyway, stay tuned.
Okay, I think we're done on administrators' reports. Let's open this up to public comment before we move on to our special order items.
Good afternoon. Nice to be back here. I'm Richard Nee, former
One moment,
member of
please.
the task force.
Mr. Nee, one moment, please. Anyone in the room wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium. And if you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. Chair Yankee, we have someone at the podium.
Yep, we'll start with Mr. D.
Yeah, I'm still Richard Nee. Hope this doesn't muddy the waters too much, but thanks to a charter amendment that voters were hoodwinked into passing in November 2018, Board of Supervisors is authorized to amend sunshine and personal privacy ordinances that were passed by the voters, as long as those amendments comport with those ordinances' purpose and intent. Bad part of that is power to determine whether a given amendment passes that, meets that criterion, rests with the Board of Supervisors, which obviously is going to be conflicted in certain ways. Regarding what happened today with what I like to call the steamrolling task force, good news and bad. Most of what Lila has told you matches pretty much what I observed. The recommendation that they're putting forward is to keep the task force permanently as a decision-making body, not consolidating it with ethics or with anybody else. I thought also that I heard that they would not extend members' term lengths from 2 to 3 years, and there will be a 6-term limit. One thing that very few people I've heard talk about, and I think would be a really good idea, is to require that member terms be staggered. Seats, terms for odd numbered seats would start and end in odd numbered years, even numbered seats, even numbered years. That would assure some continuity of historical, institutional knowledge, short-term and long-term. The bad news, as Lila said, outside organizations, SPJ and the League of Women Voters would be stripped of their nominating authority. There would be none. No outside nominators. I'm sorry?
30 seconds.
Okay. Qualifications would be changed from mandatory to desirable and would be body-wide, body level, rather than seat, even though I can't pronounce it, seat specific. That's what I have. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
I think it's very helpful.
Just want to recognize that Richard Nee was once the head of this task force, just for the record. Thank you.
All right, Administrator Peterson, do we have anyone else?
Chair Yankee, I want to clarify for legal counsel that.
Can I just make sure we don't
There's
have
no-
no public commenters before we?
Oh, sorry. Okay, there's no legal request. I didn't move it forward for any kind of vote. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Regarding public comment, we have no one in the queue.
Okay. Now we're closing public comment. You're all set, Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I think we're clarifying.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on. So let's go to item number 7.
Item 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay. So we're okay, Member Schmidt? Oh, but he won't be here till 6 o'clock, he said.
Meeting just felt longer. Consent agenda?
Let me just check in with all the members, since I know some folks rushed in from another meeting. Did we want to take a 5-minute break before we start on complaints, or is everyone good now to keep going through? Yeah, okay. Why don't we do that? Let's just take a quick break. We'll come back at 5:30, so like about a 7-minute break. I know some people were rushing up here and setting up at the last minute, so may not have had a chance to use the restroom before we got started. So let's do that. We'll start with item number 8 at 5:30. Yes. Yes. Just yeah, it does. Yeah. Oh, okay.
And finally, I've been finally updating the website. Moving over to Ghost.
Okay.
This part's not going well right now.
Will it help?
Oh, no, that part's going fine, but like the part of moving everything over
What are you moving it to?
What are the other things, Dave?
to Ghost. It's been
Okay,
a meeting
sounds
for a very long time. Say probably about 2017 or so.
Microphones are off. Microphones are on. The committee is in session at 5:31 PM, having returned from recess.
Okay, I will note for the record, members Kumar and Wolf are still absent. Well, member Wolf is still absent. Member Kumar is absent now, and we reconvene, and I will note when she returns. We do have quorum, so we can continue. So if you could read
Item 8.
consent agenda.
Consent agenda. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file number 25074 to affirm the committee's findings regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's jurisdiction, violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act, and, if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refer matters to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondent are not required to attend the November 5, 2025 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during the public comment period for the item related to the determination listed below. File number 25074. Complaint filed by Patrick Monette Shaw against the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.5, by failing to hold open and public meetings. On October 21, 2025, the Complaint Committee referred the matter to the full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force with the recommendation to find that the Department of Public Health violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.7, by failing to provide accurate telephone login information for remote meeting access on the agenda.
Okay, so we only have one item on this agenda, so I'll ask first, are there any questions or any member who wants to have discussion on this before we move to a vote? Member Pilpel?
Yes, I have a couple of questions and comments. Perhaps Chair Schmidt can help me with this. Although the complaint, the way I read the complaint, it was actually, the summary says that the respondents included Victor Lim, Deirdre Hussey, and Natalie Pojman. But the heart of the complaint named Mark Morowitz. And although they all work for the health department, it was actually, if it was related to a meeting, it seems to me like it's actually the health commission that's really the more appropriate respondent. And I guess part of me is concerned about whether we're putting on the staff to a department an obligation that's properly with the body for compliance with the Article 2 provisions of the ordinance and the related Brown Act sections. That's the first bit. And the second is I'm having trouble, I don't have trouble between 67.5 and 67.7, but I'm having trouble finding where exactly in 67.7 the accurate telephone login information for remote meeting access is a specific requirement. If we're interpreting it into there, that's fine. I just needed to understand that because this is sort of a new approach to me. Can you help me a little bit with that?
I actually just want to respond first to say that I made the recommendation for 67.7 because we were interpreting it into there.
Okay.
Yes, and I think your point about the department versus the commission is an interesting one, and it may be that this I could see that you may want to do the thing that we never do, which is to ask that it be taken off consent.
Can you speak into the microphone? I can hear,
Oh,
but I'm not.
yeah,
sure if
that
it's
it,
picked up.
sorry, I thought I was there. Thanks for that. So we, I think, considered the fact that the people involved here were Department of Public Health people who were running the commission meetings. But I think you got a good point that the responsibility for structuring the meetings, making sure that everything is done right, might technically be with the commission itself. The complainant asked to find a violation by the department, and they were the only, I think technically the only unit, the only body that was before us. So I think we felt like it was fine to find that violation, but I think you've got a valid question that maybe we should take another look at it and instead sort of redo it to direct it toward the commission. I don't know if that's what I would do, but I think you've got a meritorious point on that one.
You have something, Administrator Peterson?
Through the chair, the administrator, me, I have been instructed or requested strongly by the department to list them as the respondent in matters concerning the Health Commission and Mr. Morwitz. And I can take forward your concerns. I just wanted to let you know why the Health Commission and the deputies and Mr. Lim are noted as the respondents here.
Yeah, and I appreciate that they're sort of taking it as their responsibility, although I don't know if that necessarily would trump, sorry about that word, supersede what has been brought up by Member Pelpel. It seems like if this is a violation by the Health Commission, then it is sort of something that it's part of our role to identify who are the people, what's the actual unit that is failing to list a proper telephone number. I don't know. I guess it's something that that's something that maybe that's our responsibility to sort of pick that out and figure out which one it is, or whether it's both. I don't know.
Member LaHood?
I'm happy when departments step up and say, we'll be responsible for something. I don't know. I don't think that's such a problem. I think it's actually a good thing because, yes, the problem may lie with something that's under an umbrella, but if the organization or agency that is up higher saying we will be responsible and take care of it, or, we'll respond to this, I think we're likely to get have a more productive conversation and communication about the issue.
That's also where I was with it, is that now potentially, because I can see the point, but now potentially you want to reopen the case too. So, because at the time that we heard it, which was very recently, it seemed as though everyone was on the same page. This person brought something to us and said, this is what we thought what the problem was. And the department was like, we agree. Like this happened. So that's the end of my statement.
Can you, sorry, I want to respond, but can you elaborate more on the 67.7 point about where you find a requirement there that gives rise to a violation?
It says at the time when I was reading it, it said at least 72 hours, a policy body shall post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item. Essentially, this was the nature of his complaint, is that he would look at the agenda and the information for calling in was incorrect. So that's kind of where I put it. And I think that I can't remember. I had suggested another violation, and Chair Schmidt and I both agreed that it was 67.7.
Yeah, I think it's that we read it as implying that the information will be correct and that it doesn't give people contact numbers that don't work. And that was the problem here. But I don't think we found something in there that's not there as to specifically the right contact number. We just thought that the agendas, to be an agenda, it needs to be a correct agenda.
Right.
if I have a couple, if I can just jump in.
Go ahead.
I mean, I'm just, two things. First part I wanted to comment on was about the respondent portion. So this is interesting because we actually had this come up, I believe, with EOT. One of the meetings that got canceled was because or may have been complaints. One of our committee meetings had incorrect call-in information, right? And to your point, it was the task force itself, even though the administrator made the mistake, it was the task force committee members themselves who made the call that we should not continue with the meeting. That being said, I'm not sure that like sending this back to committee and re-going through it again is a productive thing. So if we decide to move forward with this, maybe what we do is we would find the violation, maybe add an addendum that a copy of our decision be sent to the actual health commissioners, just so that they know that them as a body maybe shouldn't have continued on with the meeting. Second point, I'm just wondering, because I think we also may have talked about this before and why we shouldn't continue at that time. And I think the advice I recall getting, or what we had discussed at the time, was that it was maybe more of a 67.6, which talks about time and place for a meeting. And, considering the call information is kind of like the virtual place for a meeting, obviously this kind of speaks to why the Sunshine Ordinance needs to be updated, since it really doesn't it considers physical places, not virtual places. But I'm wondering if maybe 67.6 might be maybe a little more appropriate. I mean, I'm fine with either, but just throwing it out there as another idea.
I don't want to belabor this. We've got lots of other things. I am with finding a violation. I would just distinguish, for example, as we've been talking about the Health Department and the Health Commission, when we've had an issue with the Planning Commission or the Historic Preservation Commission, when we found a violation, it's been against one of those bodies and Jonas Ionin, the commission secretary. It hasn't been against the director of planning. So, I just tend to think that Article 2 violations are with the body, the clerk, or the commission secretary as appropriate, and Article 3 violations are with the department head, the custodian of the records as appropriate. And that's a distinction because it sort of flows from whether it's a meeting-related violation or a records-related violation. That's kind of how I'm thinking through it. I don't have a particular problem finding a violation in this case without sending it back to committee by the Health Commission and Commission Secretary Mark Morowitz, and leave it at that. I don't have a strong view on 67.6 or 0.7. I'm not sure that either, frankly, are really on point. I think the extent to which a body currently voluntarily holds a meeting remotely or through teleconferencing, it's either using the state teleconferencing rules in the Brown Act, or they're just doing it voluntarily. Clearly, if they're doing it voluntarily, there's no specific code section to say they have to do it in this way. Clearly, if they're doing it wrong or in a misleading way, that's not okay, but I'm not sure where I find a good place in local law to hang that. Again, I don't want to get too far off on this. As I say, I'm fine to find a violation, pick a section, and I'm okay with saying that it's the Health Commission and Commission Secretary Mark Morowitz, and just move on. I don't even think the commissioners need to get a copy. I think we can just send it to them. I think in this case, the reason that the Health Department and Victor Lim said, yes, it's us, blah, 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 is that he wants to be the main point of contact for anything DPH related, which includes all the clinics, hospitals, Behavioral Health Commission, environmental health, et cetera, that he, has really stepped up to be the point person for DPH. But I don't think that's the same as who bears the responsibility. Does that make sense?
I think I'm pretty much in agreement that what sort of would happen here going forward is that DPH can stand up and say, we take responsibility. But we make it clear that they're taking responsibility, but it's still the commission that is the sort of wrongdoer. That's the one who failed to send out the right agenda. Yeah. And, maybe in the future, what you're pointing out is correct, that we got to be careful with when you got a department and a commission and they're always working together and they sort of get confused about, like that they're not the same thing. Maybe we keep an eye on that in the future. Yeah, I still think we could go with the consent, although I want to address 67-6. Could you tell me which subdivision it was again on 6 that you were looking at?
Yes, hang on. Maybe it was a different one.
Yeah, I'm just seeing that each of those provisions looks like it may have one or another reason why it may not apply to this meeting specifically.
Ctrl F here. No, I'm sorry. It is 67-7.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
Okay.
It's in subsection C, says the agenda shall specify the time and location of the regular meeting. So yeah, I'm.
Oh, got it.
Yep.
Okay.
I was looking at 67-6, which says that they shall by resolution motion state the time.
I don't mean to go back on my own self just to put something. I still think it's 67-7.
Yeah, I agree.
But I will say that I think that the petitioner had the time and location. It was other information that they didn't have appropriate. But I don't want to belabor the conversation.
I think everyone agrees that they're going to fix this problem. So I think we're kind of going down a rabbit hole a bit here. We should move on. So why don't we make a motion at this point?
I'm prepared to make a motion, but maybe the note to CAC and for our further discussions on the ordinance is that there should be a sentence somewhere that says any meeting held by teleconference shall include appropriate, accurate information for how to participate in the teleconference, period. And that if we had that in local law, that would be the thing to point to. I mean, it seems pretty obvious, but it's just not there.
And we can talk about that later on.
Absolutely. Okay. Is a motion to.
So we can either A, have a motion to approve the consent agenda, which means we're just adopting it as if you have a different wording that you want.
Right.
Then just make a different motion.
Okay, so let me try that. And if that fails, then we can go back to the item as described. So my motion would be to find a violation of, to find jurisdiction, find a violation of 67.7, and just leave it at that for the moment, by the Health Commission and Health Commission Secretary Mark Morowitz.
Without mention of the Department of Public Health.
Right.
Are you going to include the by failing to provide accurate telephone or just?
Yes, yes, that language as well.
Okay.
Do you need me to restate it?
I think for the administrator, so she knows exactly what to put into the action. And then I'll get to Member Sugarman.
Okay.
I think you can read the motion exactly what you want the motion to be.
To find jurisdiction and find a violation of section 67.7 by failing to provide accurate telephone login information for remote meeting access on the agenda. And this is a violation by the Health Commission and Health Commission Secretary Mark Morowitz.
Okay, so that's the motion. Member Sugarman, I think, had a comment though.
So I understand the rationale for this and certainly the support from Chair Schmidt behind it. But I'm not accustomed to reopening and changing the wording of a motion without, I mean, the parties haven't been there for that. So I don't know what the protocol is. I don't remember that coming up before especially for consent. So I'm not inclined to support it, which is okay. If someone wants to talk to me about it.
So we've had this happen before. So there's a few options that we can do. And we've gone down different paths when something's on the consent. Okay, we could either A, obviously accept exactly what's on consent. B, we can make an alternate motion or make changes if we want to. Or C, we can actually call for another full hearing. Everyone has noticed that this is going on. So if either party wanted to come and we're concerned about how this might be presented, just because it says consent doesn't mean it's guaranteed approval. So everyone knows that every party knows that this is going to be here. I mean, I'm of the personal opinion, and that I don't think we need to have another full hearing, and there's something in the ordinance that makes us have full hearings on every file. That's something we've kind of elected to do by default. But those are options. So we can either A, accept what's on consent, B, we can modify it and still pass without a hearing, or C, we can say we want to continue and have a full hearing. So I think Member Pilpel suggesting kind of go with option B, which is kind of substitute a motion on this.
It's not radically different, by the way.
I understand. I don't want a full hearing either. It feels off to not have the parties and just have this process that they went to and then to change the motion.
Well, okay.
That's my comment. That's it.
Is there a second to that motion? Or just keep it moving?
I'm sorry, can we just say it one more time because I got distracted by the conversation.
Sure. Administrator Pierce, can you read the motion by Member Pilpel?
Motion to find that the task force has jurisdiction and to find that a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.7 by failing to provide accurate telephone login information for a remote meeting access on the agenda by the Health Commission and Health Commissioner Mark Morwitz. Syntax might change, but that's the guts of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to second it with in mind that I share Member Sugarman's concern about switching entity names, which, is what the consent calendar originally said. But I think in the context of everything, I'm comfortable with doing that here partly because Department of Public Health has stated that they will be responsible for commission errors. So I'm going to second the motion as made.
Okay, so moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Schmidt. Let's open that up to public comment.
Persons wishing to make public comment on item 8. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 8. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
No.
Member Sugarman, no. Member Kumar.
No.
Member Kumar, no. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Still absent.
Member Wolf absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1 absent. 2 noes. 7 ayes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 ayes.
Okay, 7 ayes, that motion passes. Okay, let's move on to item number 9.
Item number 9. This begins the hearing agenda. Item 9, file 23085, complaint filed by Mike Spencer against the district attorney for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and/or complete manner, and Section 67.24, by failing to allow other members of the public access to public records pertaining to investigations, arrests, and other law enforcement activity. On October 24, 2023, the Compliance and Amendments Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force for hearing with no recommendations. The committee requested that the task force deputy city attorney provide confidential advice to the task force regarding the district attorney's position prior to the hearing, before scheduling the matter before the full task force.
Okay, let's first see if the parties are here.
We have one hand raised. Let me check. Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Are you here as a party to item 9?
Hello, or with the attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. One moment, please. Ms. Moore, did you hang up and call back in?
Maybe very early on, about an hour.
I see you logged in twice. We're not receiving any feedback, so I'm just going to promote you to panelist. One moment, please. You'll be able to mute and unmute yourself once I do so. Hold on.
7, 4, 6. Sorry. 7, 1, 4, 6.
But that person wouldn't have access to that, to this. Ms. Moore, would you hold on one moment while I confirm the identity of one of our panelists? One moment, please. Caller, you've been unmuted. Can you please identify yourself? You have joined
Hey,
us.
this is Annie Gilbertson. I have a later case.
She just got promoted too early.
Ah, okay. I'm going to mute you. Ms. Moore, you've been made a panelist. Can you confirm that you can mute and unmute yourself?
I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Excellent.
Okay, so do we have Mr. Spencer?
Mr. Spencer, if you're in the room, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I see no hands raised. I had not received a response from Mr. Spencer.
Okay. Mr. Spencer was aware of this because I did see email threads going on and he was responding to them. So I don't know why he didn't come.
I'll do one last check of email.
Sure, go ahead and do one last check.
Yeah.
I don't have any emails from him though now.
And you were on all previous threads, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Because there was a prior thread.
I'm sorry, was there a response from Mr. Spencer? I see there was something to him at the back. Is there something from him that I'm missing?
Chair Yankee, Sunday, October 2nd, 8:09 p.m. Mr. Spencer confirmed his attendance at
He
tonight's.
did confirm his attendance. Okay.
Right. That was 2 years ago. That's it's 2 weeks.
Okay, so members, what we have is that Mr. Spencer did in fact confirm his attendance and is now not here. I have not, I've been, monitoring on and off the online attendees, and I haven't seen his name pop up. Granted, some people just call in. But I don't know how we want to proceed.
Why don't we come back to it?
Can we table it? Or,
Well, I can, but my concern is I don't want to make our TA representative wait all night. If someone's not going to show up, it's incumbent upon Mr. Spencer to know what the agenda is. And, if we scheduled something for the first complaint, she may have issues. I don't think it's fair to make a city employee wait for hours.
I'll just say I'm comfortable with dismissing the case. I think that I was going to sort of advocate that Ms. Moore is correct about how this is a matter of state law that preempts in this particular situation the local law that Mr. Spencer was trying to rely on. So I'm okay if someone wants to I can never.
That's a 7B for non-attendance.
Okay, 7B. Yeah. In fact, I'll just make the motion that we follow 7B.
Okay, so motion by member Schmidt to close the case pursuant to 7B. Vice Chair Stein, did you have a comment or?
I mean, yeah, I was going to say that I was kind of on the same page based on looking at the cases that were referenced there, that probably, this was somewhere where we don't have, our rules don't apply. But I just wondered, because there was a mention that originally a memo had been requested from.
It never happened.
Okay.
This was one where, there was a communication breakdown. It never, the request from CAC never made it to the DCA, and that's why it was sitting for as many months as it was.
well, the request went out, but then there was a request for clarification that was a little bit, we kept going back. Yeah.
So I'm comfortable seconding this motion.
Okay, so moved by member Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein to close pursuant to complaint procedure 7B. Member Popo?
Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. There are procedures by which the petitioner could request to reopen if he had good cause, blah, blah, blah.
Correct. Absolutely.
And I heard the last back and forth, but I'm not clear. Was there actually any confidential advice provided to us? No. Okay. So I'm ferreting around looking for it, and I'm not going to find it because it's not here. Okay. Thank you.
Oh.
Are you Mr. Spencer by chance? Oh, we were just about to close your complaint for non-attendance. You made it in about 5 seconds.
I withdraw.
Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn. Your complaint is now currently scheduled for a hearing, so you want to come up to the podium.
Sure.
Is the motion and the withdrawal
It's been,
on
the
the
motion
minutes?
was rescinded.
Rescinded, so it doesn't have to go on the.
Withdrawn.
We're withdrawn.
It's withdrawn, then there's no action.
Yeah, no, you don't have to put it as part of the meeting minutes. And I will note that at 6:05, member Wolf is present.
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Very good.
Okay. So we now have the parties to the complaints. Just as a quick rundown, since this is the first complaint of the night, the way this will work is we will have Mr. Spencer present. He will have 5 minutes. I'll ask, does either side have any other witnesses, or is it just you, Mr. Spencer? Okay. So he'll have 5 minutes. We'll have the respondent have 5 minutes to present. We may have some questions for you. Then we'll move to rebuttals, which will start with the respondent for 3 minutes. You'll have a 3-minute rebuttal after that, and then we will deliberate and decide how we want to proceed. With that, all that said, does anyone from CAC remember anything from this that they want to share with us before we start?
I think we should just jump right in.
Okay. So, Mr. Spencer, you're going to have 5 minutes to present your case to us. And our administrator will let you know when to begin.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
Your 5 minutes begins. I'll give you a 30-second warning. Your 5 minutes starts now. Now, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mike Spencer. I will give you a rundown sort of what brings me here tonight. It's about a 1998 uncharged homicide of a man named Gary Vincent Murphy, who was assassinated at a halfway house that he managed out on Quintera. My requests have been, I have a parallel request to San Francisco Police, who complied and released all files, audio tapes, everything I asked for, they released. So this petition is regarding the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, who has, I think my original request was probably about 3 years ago. And I was told we have no records whatsoever. But I just wanted to recount a bit of history. Maybe I didn't phrase my request to them correctly, but I just wanted to run down some of this case. Mr. Murphy was a 3-time convicted felon. So his name has been around the district attorney's office roughly from 1991, where he catches his first felony, up until about 2014, where higher-ups in the district attorney's office declined to prosecute the killers. 4 of them were named and they were not charged. So I went back and reviewed the records. The first district attorney who would have come across Mr. Murphy is a gentleman by the name of Frank Bisaglia. There would have been another instance where Murphy had caught his 3rd felony in about 1996, and he's about to go back to prison. Murphy concocted a bit of a ruse to get out of his prison time. He contacted the FBI and said, "Oh, hey, I've come across 24 guns. Would you like these?" So the FBI and Mr. Murphy made a deal, and this deal apparently was signed off on the district attorney. So he did not go to prison for his 3rd time. This would have been about 1996, 1997. In 1998, Mr. Murphy is murdered. An investigation is immediately begun. Very shortly into the investigation, they know the names of the main suspects and the players. And I know from police memos that a DA at the time who was involved in looking at the Murphy case, who reviewed it, was Mr. Al Giannini, who I think in 2002 left for the San Mateo County District Attorney's Office. So this case keeps going. In October 1998, there is a search warrant served in Oakland on the gunman's house. It should be noted that in Oakland, right at about the time, a week after Murphy's killing, a Piedmont pregnant mother is raped and robbed, and the people in the Murphy case were arrested in the Piedmont case. So the investigation keeps going, and in around 2002, 2003, police give up on the case. DA doesn't file, but then the investigation is once again brought to life in 2011, and a police officer by the name of Wincoop prepares arrest warrants in the case. He has this ready to go. So it then goes up the chain of command. It goes to an assistant district attorney by the name of Eric Fleming, who gives it along to a district attorney by the name of David Marin. And it then goes on up to a district attorney by the name of Diane Garcia. And Diane Garcia says, "No, this is a one-witness case. We're not going to file."
30 seconds.
It should also be noted that there were meetings between San Francisco district attorneys and Alameda County DA's office. So here we have 23 years of Murphy floating around in one form or another in the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, and I'm told there are no emails, there are no memos, there are no records, and that to me just doesn't make sense. So that's why I'm here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll move to the respondent for 5 minutes.
Ms. Moore, are you ready for your 5 minutes?
I am ready.
Your time begins now.
Hello, thank you. We have no records, as the petitioner said. And, this isn't surprising to attorneys that I've talked to in the office, including David Marin and Diane Garcia, who searched their personal computers for old records. We don't have emails from as far back as 2001 and the 90s. We purge emails, including Eric Flynn. He left the office. That emails are purged after 90 days. The intake unit wouldn't necessarily create files when they're being presented with evidence. They make determinations if they can prove the case upon a reasonable doubt. We didn't charge the case. And so in a search, we've looked with the records room for cold case records. I haven't located any record at all. And let's see, I think the investigatory records exemption is kind of secondary. If we had found records, we would assert the investigatory record exemption to those records, because a murder case has no statute of limitations. So that case is ongoing, but we don't have any documents. And it's not surprising to many people in the office that we don't have documents that are this old. So I apologize that we can't satisfy the requester here, but if we don't have records, then I can't even make a determination as to the disclosure of those records. But even if I could, it's almost certain that we would withhold those records. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, members, anyone have questions for either party? What's your Stein?
Yeah, I just have a question for Ms. Moore. I'm wondering, you've probably seen 67.24D of the Sunshine Ordinance, and I'm wondering if you can tell me more about why your office might say that doesn't apply in this case. And 67.24D, it does mention that, if statute of limitations has expired, which I understand never happens in a murder case, then records might be released. But it also says records pertaining to any investigation, arrest, or other law enforcement activity shall be disclosed to the public once the DA or courts determine that a prosecution will not be sought. So I'm wondering why you would say that does not apply in this case.
Sure. So again, we don't have any records, so I'm not actually asserting this. But if I say I had a memo about the decision to not charge, it's very likely that the investigatory records exemption stands because state law preempts the Sunshine Ordinance, and a prosecutor acts in a state function, and so the local ordinance can't overcome the state discretionary protection that the public record provides.
Okay, thank you.
Member Popo?
First to Mr. Spencer. It's been a couple of years since I heard, or the committee heard this matter. So interspersed in the file are a number of underlying what appears to be investigatory or police records, some of which are redacted, and then correspondence from your office with various assertions by people. Is it your belief, or is it your belief that the district attorney's office should or does actually have records, or are you just looking to see if they do? That's where I'm at right now.
Probably a combination of the two, because the last time this came up is not so ancient a history. 2014, we're firmly in the email age. Records are digitized. So my concern is that there's something that is in there and maybe just wasn't found. But if, I guess the end of all of this, if they've really made the good faith effort to look, then I'm out of luck.
Okay. So, thank you. So turning to Ms. Moore, is that putting aside the 7923.600A and 67.24 issues, is it your primary contention that you've done a diligent search and there are in fact no responsive records, whether privileged or not, related to this matter that the DA currently possesses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whether you did or not in the past, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 1998, whatever, that's a different question. But you've done a diligent search and don't believe that there aren't any now. If there were, we'd be having a different conversation.
I agree.
Okay. That kind of does it for me.
Okay. Other questions? Let's move to rebuttals. We will start with the respondent, then the petitioner. There's 3 minutes.
Ms. Moore, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
I am.
Your time begins now.
Thank you. I just will reiterate that the two people who do work in the office, David Marin and Diana Garcia, I checked with them personally. They searched their computers, which was probably the most likely place that we would find some remnants of this case, of people looking at this case, and we did not locate any records. And I did a diligent search, and I very much would have liked to have found records, even if they would have been exempt. And I apologize, but we don't have any documents. And
Does that conclude?
that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to talk over the top of you there. Mr. Spencer, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you, Ms. Moore, for looking for these records. I don't know what could possibly be done for maybe tracking down these other former employees of the office. Perhaps that's my next step of where to go, but I'll just have to consider my matter over and done with, but I needed to pursue it this far, so I don't like the outcome, but nothing wrong with the process.
All set? All right, thank you. All right, how do we want to proceed on this one?
It seems like we have jurisdiction and there's likely no violation, that there was a legit request, there was a diligent search, they haven't found anything. We have no reason to believe that they're hiding anything. You know, in the event that they come across something, I suspect that they will go look up and contact Mr. Spencer, or if he does any further research or finds anything in the police department files that sheds further light, he can pursue them. He's a private investigator. He knows how to investigate. But based on what we've seen, I think a motion to find no violation is appropriate.
Okay, Member LaHood, and then I have Vice Chair.
Yeah, I agree with the motion, and I think, and I don't remember why, I feel like we got caught up in hypotheticals and trying to figure out what would happen if the records were found, or maybe, and I didn't go back and listen to the audio, but maybe there was too much focus on the fact that they were saying we would say no if we found anything, but we haven't found anything. And I think we don't have responsive records should have been more of the emphasis of what we were looking at. Because if there are no responsive records, hypotheticals about how they would respond if they had found any records is a moot point.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein, then Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that the petitioner is most interested in getting the records and is not particularly concerned with finding a violation, but I will say that I also understood based on a letter they sent that's on page 64 of 80, that they do acknowledge that they didn't respond within the timelines of public records requests, and that they failed to send a 10-day acknowledgement letter in time that should have explained that there was going to be a 2-week extension. So I think there's still probably a 6721 violation here, even though there's nothing beyond that and probably no records to provide beyond that.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I'm not speaking to that point about timeliness, but I think that for me, the decision on this case is based on the Ms. Moore's statement that she searched and records do not exist. Let me just clarify that if they did exist, she would then likely have found that a lot of them, if not all of them, would be exempt under state law. In this case, Rivero actually involved the Sunshine Ordinance. There's not a lot of cases in the courts of appeal that involve the Sunshine Ordinance. And what it basically said is that the DA's office is, for purposes of the question of whether state law preempts local law, the DA's office is considered to be part of the state, even though local law does include the DA's office. It's sort of a peculiar, it's sort of little sort of subset of the law. That would not mean that that law is necessarily preempted if this was the police department who was here, because the police department is not a state agency, but the DA's office is, at least for purposes of this preemption question, considered to be a state agent. So I think that the strength of the case, even though she doesn't have to go to the exemption, it looks like to me probably a lot of the documents would have been exempt anyways.
Vice Chair Stein?
I want to say I agree with Member Schmidt, and I just want to give a very short summary because I went and read Rivero versus Superior Court. And what I felt it said is that the Sunshine Ordinance does not apply to the DA's office in the context of its role as a state officer when conducting criminal investigations. That records created during state criminal investigations are considered state, not local records, which are not subject to the CPRA because of exemptions, even after an investigation is closed. So I just wanted to state it that way because that's how it's in my notes, just a slightly different angle on it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I agree with Vice Chair Stein, by the way, about the timeliness violation. I think that's acknowledged, and so I think that's probably the best way to go in this case. Just it's kind of a technicality, but that's. So Vice Chair Stein, I know you mentioned that. Did you want to turn that into a motion?
So I will make a motion to find a violation of Section 67.21 in the Sunshine Ordinance for failing to respond to a public records request in a timely manner.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Okay, let's see if there's any public comment on that.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 9, please approach the podium if you're in the room. If you're online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we can move to a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 9, Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Highland. Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Sure. Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move on to item number 10.
Item number 10, file number 24015. Complaint filed by Paul Kaniha against the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On April 23rd, 2024, the Complaint Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force for hearing with a recommendation to find that the Municipal Transportation Agency violated Administrative Code Section 67.21 sub B due to improper withholding of records, and Section 67.27 sub B for failing to justify in writing, citing specific statutory authority that prohibits public disclosure. The committee requested that the city attorney for the task force provide guidance about the contention that the MTA ombudsman might come under the mediation information protection cited by respondent in this matter.
Okay, let's start by seeing if the parties are here. Oh, Member Kumar, do you have a question?
I wanted to say something about this.
Okay, I'll get to you as soon as we confirm attendance.
If we have parties in the room or in the online community, please approach the podium or raise your hand using the app or press *3 on your telephone. Hi, caller, you've been unmuted. Are you here for item 10?
This is Paul Kaniha, and yes, I'm here for item number 10. Good evening, everyone.
All right, one moment, please. Caller, I had seen a hand raised. Could you please raise your hand again in the online community? Hello, caller, are you here for item 10? Hello, caller?
Yeah, this is Caroline Salaya, here on behalf of MTA.
Okay,
Tony
one moment.
Battle wasn't available.
Okay,
So I'm
one
here.
moment, please. I'm going to promote you to panelist. The parties are present.
Okay, and do either parties have any other witnesses? I'm assuming no.
We have no one in the queue.
Okay. So let's get a summary of this. And before we start, I think Member Kumar had a comment to make.
Yeah, sorry. While I know this is the arena of the complaint committee, I just wanted to highlight something that the EOTC had discussed when Mr. Neha's cases came up in our last meeting. And this was just an observation that we had, that there are numerous cases that Mr. Neha is filing against the MTA, and they keep coming up, and it seems like we're going around in circles in a lot of cases. So at that point, we had decided to actually club all the cases together and hear them. But I just wanted to express a word of caution, because there were a lot of cases that came to us at the EOTC meeting. And then we had to club them together and hear them to save our time. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that a lot of the cases were very similar that have been coming to EOTC. And I don't know if complaints has noticed the same thing.
Yeah, this one is actually a different topic. This is same petitioner, but this is about an MTA ombudsman, where the other one's about color curb cut. So that's why we're going and proceeding with this one, because it didn't actually form that same envelope of the ones we were clumping together in EOT. And so did we want to get a member Schmidt, you recall this one from, you want to give us the summary?
My memory doesn't really extend that far back, but I do have notes. The documents requested really are about this ombudsperson at the MTA, and whether asserting this mediation privilege under California law is a valid exemption to producing, and that was what was relied upon to not produce. So this is really going to come down to whether that privilege applied to the situation that we're dealing with here with this ombudsperson. Any committee members that remember or want to say anything else? Go ahead.
No, I think you got it.
Okay, this is another one that kind of, I think there was some question about who's going to contact the DCA, and so that finally got straightened out. So we do now have, that's, I believe, in everyone's envelope. All the membership envelopes. If you open that up, that now has the legal advice related to this case that we cannot disclose publicly. So with that, let's go ahead and start the hearing. We'll hear from the petitioner first for 5 minutes, and then the respondent.
Mr. Kaniha, could you raise your hand, please, so that I can? All right. Mr. Kaniha, are you ready for your 5 minutes to begin?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is indeed a pretty old case, and just to, I'll try to be as brief as possible. Tony Battle is an ombudsperson at SFMTA, and my request was regarding communication between to and from this person regarding me specifically. And I completely understand that SFMTA is alleging mediation privileges, and those are certainly applicable in cases when we're discussing specific matters of complaints or specific details of a confidential complaint are being requested. None of that applies in this situation. This is really about the communication between SFMTA staff, which is city employees, and Tony Battle, which is also a city employee, and none of that communication by default is expected to include any confidential information, because that's what Tony Battle's job is, to protect that information. So any discussion that they could have had would not include any of that information. And the only reason why this case has started is because when SFMTA was trying to come up with any reason to fire me, they in their discussion they mentioned that there was a complaint filed against me that that may be taken into maybe a reason that they could use as a reason to terminate it. And my original request was really about that complaint. I wanted to find out what was the nature of complaint, if it was that big enough to be considered the reason for firing somebody, why this was never brought to my attention. If somebody receives a complaint about me, then their job, in my opinion, is to do one of two things: is either do their investigation and find out that the complaint has no merit, or do investigation, find out the complaint does have a merit, and then bring it up to me and for discipline. And if it doesn't have a merit, then that should be the result of an investigation. The result of that investigation is public record, notwithstanding what is inside of that complaint. We certainly are not entitled to hearing it, but we are entitled to hearing the results. So when this question was asked, what's the status of investigation? Who started? Who is leading it? When is it expected to end? This is when SFMTA claimed the privileges that supposedly this information is not up for disclosure. And that's the nature of my complaint. I do believe that while ombudsperson certainly is entitled to a certain level of protection of sensitive information that they have to come across while doing their job, they are not protected from disclosing their results of investigation, how long it usually takes to conduct an investigation like this, and what's the regular procedure. I also believe that Tony Battle had communication with SFMTA when they were trying to find anything that could be used as justification for firing me. And we don't know whether that information was shared or not. And that's what I would like to find out. Again, this is not about the detail of the allegedly complaint that was filed against me. This was purely regarding the investigation of that complaint and involvement
30 seconds.
of my management at that time into investigation and their attempts to find something, whatever they can use as a justification. And I think this information is public and it should be presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Salea, I didn't ask if that was you, but is this you?
Yes, I am on the line.
Excellent. Are you ready for your 5 minutes to begin?
Yeah.
Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening, members of the task force. I have to apologize that I am attending to the last minute. I was hoping that our ombudsman would be able to attend, and unfortunately she wasn't. And I reached out to try to confirm some information, and unfortunately she wasn't able to respond back to me in time ahead of the meeting. So the only information that I have is basically what's been presented to the task force in writing. I do recall that the ombudsman consulted with our city attorneys and that they had a lengthy discussion, and the outcome of that was asserting that privilege that was listed. I don't have the number in front of me. Again, I apologize for that, but it's a mediation privilege. And that's the answer that we provided. I do recall that, and it's in the letter in your packet, that when we initially responded, the response that we had no records. That's the information that I was initially given. But when the complaint was filed, we did a deeper search, and I was then told that no, there actually had been a withholding, and that that was the privilege assertion that we were going to be fighting. So we were in the wrong in not initially disclosing that records were withheld based on that privilege. So definitely there's a violation there, but as to whether or not that privilege holds, that's I guess for your attorneys to determine. I don't know what that outcome was when they did their research, but that's all the information that I have at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, members, do we have questions? Member Schmidt.
Yeah, question to Caroline Salaya from SFMTA. This is Member Schmidt. The issue of the mediation privilege leads me to wonder, was Ms. Battle, this ombudsperson, was there some dispute that Ms. Battle was mediating where Mr. Neha was one of the parties to that dispute?
Yeah, again, I have to apologize, and I really wish that she were here and had provided me with more information so I could better represent it. But I don't know the answer to that question as to whether or not there actually was anything. I know it sounds to me that there may have been some communication, but whether or not an actual case was for her, I'm unsure of. So I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neha, is it your contention that you never agreed to engage with Ms. Battle as a mediator of a dispute of some kind with SFMTA?
I did engage with Ms. Battle regarding a dispute, but this was separate from the matter that that is in front of us today. So I did reach out to her for a consultation in the past. We had a meeting with her in the past. She promised to follow up, but there was no follow-up. And that was my only encounter with her outside from the matter in front of us.
So that was somehow sort of unrelated to the matter that you requested the documents about, correct?
Correct.
The
somewhat
other time.
unrelated is a good way to describe it.
Okay, so the first time you went to Ms. Battle and asked for assistance of some kind in dealing with a disagreement. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, this time, you didn't do that. You didn't go to Ms. Battle and ask for some kind of consultation in order to deal with a disagreement or dispute. Is that correct?
Correct. That is a correct statement.
Okay, and so you never agreed to have Ms. Battle mediate anything here with regards to the matters that are sought, the documents that are relevant to this request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other member Popa?
Yeah, to Ms. Celaya, I'm looking at your letter dated March 18th, 2024, starting on page 10 of the packet. It's not on letterhead and it's not signed, but it was referenced in the covering email. If I am reading this correctly, based on Mr. Kaniha's initial request, I know the name Tony Battle and believe that she did or does work for MTA. I don't know this other name, Vita Ogans. Is that another employee, current or past, at MTA?
Yes, I believe she worked with the ombudsman, or she did at the time.
Okay. The request was specifically naming those two individuals, and in response to question 3, what method was used to locate these records, the answer was that Ms. Battle performed the search. Does that mean that there was no search done as to Mr., Ms., whatever title, Ogan's communications? Were those searched?
Yeah, I don't, unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
Okay. Let me ask you this, is it the MTA's position that general email exchanged among employees on any number of topics, much of which we've seen before in other cases, not necessarily related to Mr. Kaniha, are subject to disclosure? You know, again, in the general course of things.
In the general course of things, yes, but I think as it relates to the work that Ms. Battle does, her assertion is that those are privileged, my understanding.
Okay. But that privilege would only relate to specific records that met whatever the appropriate test is for that exemption or withholding, right?
I'm unsure. I can't say yes or no. I don't know.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I guess
again, I do. It would have been far better, and this is why I sometimes have stopped coming, because I'm not really familiar with the documents, and I've asked staff if they need to attend. So I apologize that I didn't find out for the last minute that this battle wasn't able to attend, and I didn't want to be a no-show. So I wish I could be more helpful, but I can only go with the information that was provided to me.
okay. Well, the task force could consider continuing the matter to a future hearing and request Ms. Battle to attend. But where I'm kind of going with this is the request was, as I read it, broad. It was for roughly a 2-year period from May 1st, 2022 to the time that it was filed in early March of 2024 for all communications of any form sent to or from Tony Battle or Vito Ogans regarding Paul Kaniha. So there may be specific records that are subject to a privilege or non-disclosure. I can get with that, but I think those would have to be analyzed as each individual communication. Ms. Salaya, do you have any sense of how many communications were ultimately discovered and presumably not yet released? I mean, is this one document? Is this 20 documents? Is this 500 pages?
I don't have that. I was never made aware of that.
Okay. Thanks.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, first I have a question for Mr. Neha. You mentioned that you had in the past consulted with Miss Battle. Do you remember the approximate date of that consultation?
I don't have an exact date, but this was several months prior to them firing me, which was 2023. It was February 2023. So that must have been fall or winter of 2022.
Of 2022 or 2023?
2022.
You said 20.
Because they fired me in 23. So the consultation was basically regarding their attempt to fire me, and then in the conditions that they were putting me under and trying to force me to quit. So that's what I came to her, and that's the consultation that we had. And this is when she promised that she would send me resources that can help, and she never did. So that was that encounter, and that's the matter that I find unrelated. The matter in front of us was discovered. It was discovered after the fact from the Sunshine disclosure. This is when they were discussing that, when they were in their email communication where they're finding any reason that they could use to formally use to fire me. This is when they brought up the complaint that was filed supposedly against me, and that request was really about that complaint. I wanted to find out the details about the complaint and who and and what was the nature of investigation and what was found out. I didn't need to know who that was from. I'm sorry, but I needed to know what that was about, and that's why I filed this request. So those two matters are, in my opinion, somewhat related, but they're not directly related for the subject for the matter, for the purposes of the case in front of me.
Well, when I look at, so I'm looking at request 24-1476, which is just a request for all notes, documents, or other materials produced, as well as all communication of all forms sent from Tony Battle or Vito Ogans regarding yourself.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to understand how I can separate out what might have been seen as part of that original consultation process from something else if it all took place in the same time period after May 2022.
Well, like I said, in my opinion, those matters are somewhat unrelated. I came to Tony Battle for consultation and asking for advice to assist me with the issues that I was having with my management, and that matter went nowhere. And then later I discovered that there was a complaint allegedly filed against me, and the request was regarding the complaint and regarding their communication between Tony Battle and that complaint, regarding that complaint, not necessarily regarding my case, because I.
And then.
Mhm.
And then as far as you know, there was never, from your end, there was never any mediation process that involved you in mediating that complaint.
Correct. There was no mediation process.
Okay, and then my question for Ms. Salaya, and I realize you probably don't have any answer, acting more as an authorized than a knowledgeable representative, is there anything more you can tell us about the specific mediation process that's being alleged here? Like when this process began or when it was held? Was there more than one process? Do you have any information about that?
Unfortunately, I do not. I never saw any records, and no further information was provided to me. So.
Okay,
Sorry.
I had to ask. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's move on to rebuttals. Start with the respondent.
Ms. Laya, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Sure.
Your time begins now.
Yeah, I just want to apologize to the task force that we didn't have Tony Battle here to be able to answer the questions that have arisen during this hearing. Yeah, and that I don't have further information. I did make an attempt to try to get more information, and unfortunately, I didn't get a response. So, apologize. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Kaneha, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
Thank you very much. I want to be respectful of other people who are waiting for their item to be heard. I don't really have any substantial comments to add to what was previously said, and that's pretty much the end of my rebuttal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. How do we want to proceed on this one?
Well, I think the first question is, do we have enough information before us? Does this warrant a continuance, and would hearing from Ms. Battle directly or others help us in making a decision? I don't have an answer to that. I'm just putting it out there.
Member
Mr.
Lloyd?
Chair.
I'll get you next, member.
Yeah, it feels like we're guessing a little bit right now. I mean, and it's unfortunate because we do have 2 people here. We're just missing a third critical person who could answer the specific questions we have. So it does feel like if we were to make a decision now, we would be guessing.
Member Wolf?
Yeah, I agree with that and would support a continuance.
Another idea to throw out, I don't know what folks think of this one, is we know that there's already a pretty much admitted violation of 6727. We're in the, do we want to continue, if we found a violation of 6727, do we want to then send it to compliance to delve into this deeper with, hopefully with Ms. Battle, or continue back to the full task force? This is, in other words, do we think we can resolve this at the compliance level, or do we think that it needs to actually come back before all of us?
I'm not opposed to continuing, although I'm always a little bit wary of that. I think that the mediation privilege here clearly does not apply. They can call anyone an ombudsman, but that doesn't mean that they suddenly get, a new privilege under the law. There was no mediation here. And so I think that anything that was withheld based on that privilege, I think we order that it be produced. I don't have any problem with seeing my way through that. I don't know if there's anything I could imagine that Ms. Battle would say that would really add to, this is just not, whether the first time he went to Ms. Battle, I don't know if that was necessarily something that would qualify as a mediation. Just having been through a lot of mediations, it seems to me that it's got to be more than this. Whether that first time was a mediation is not really relevant. This time, there was no indication whatsoever that anyone was contemplating some kind of mediation. So I don't think the privilege applies to these communications.
Vice Chair Stein?
I'm on a similar page with this. I feel like they've had ample time to respond to us in a way that might have detailed why they're citing a mediation privilege, but they haven't done it in writing or in person. For better or worse, our ordinance only requires that an authorized person show up, not necessarily that a knowledgeable person show up. And I'm not convinced that even if we postponed it, that we're going to get a response now from someone more knowledgeable. And I also think the ordinance suggests that the burden is on the department to show that there was a reason for the exemption, and they really haven't showed it here. So I also am in favor of probably finding a 6721 violation based on improper withholding of records and a 67.27B about the need to justify withholding because they haven't shown that there was, they've asserted a privilege, but given us no details whatsoever about why that privilege applies in this case.
Go ahead.
I agree with Vice Chair Stein and her arguments on this case. I think we ought to find for the violation, both violations cited.
Yeah, I think that's compelling, and I think if we wanted to include in that motion, to refer it to committee, and then if they wanted to offer evidence that, why that or another exemption might apply, then they can try to do that, or if not, disclose the records.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, so, I'm convinced by your assertion and Member Schmidt and Vice Chair Stein. I'd be open to find a violation 6721B and 67.27. And for the department to produce the requested documents and that compliance and amendments monitor it.
Is that a motion, Member Wolf?
Yes.
Sounds like it. Okay. So motion by Member Wolf. Did you catch that? Okay, the administrator do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Member Schmidt. Okay, let's see if there's any public comment on that.
Anyone wishing to make
the motion? Yeah, let me just call for public comment.
21B. Could I have The member speaking into the microphone, please.
I'm just trying to get the specific section and subsection.
Section 6721B and 67.27.
B.
It is B? Okay,
think so. I think it's B and-
67.27B.
Okay, so public comment, is there anyone?
And to produce the records
And follow up to a committee.
with follow-up.
Order to produce.
Yeah, order to produce the record.
Order to produce.
Can I just ask a couple of clarifying things? I'm with it.
Okay.
Okay. I would suggest not specifying which committee because compliance may be busy, so it might end up at DOT.
Yeah, if it's okay with Member Wolf, can we just say and refer to a committee for follow-up since we have CAC doing a lot of the amendments work? Is that fine with you?
Is it appropriate because CAC's charge is compliance?
Well, they've been doing it because we just have to keep things moving. We don't have enough time for CAC. So we've been doing it for the past half year that way.
It's not that it wouldn't get heard.
It wouldn't get, I mean, the DOT's been picking up the slack for CAC so that you folks can continue your work on the amendments.
I'll defer to Chair LaHood on it then.
That was what I had discussed with Chair LaHood on the report. If we were
Yeah.
saving you from.
Yeah, we were saving us from this work for the time being. Although if we're just talking about one case, I suppose we could take one, but I don't.
I think we're getting caught up in the details here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you get.
Pretty cut and dry.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, we'll take it. Wait, is Member Wolf saying cut and dry yes or cut and dry no?
Cut and dry, yes.
Members?
Is that, I think that with all discussion, it's pretty clear that we're looking for the documents to be presented.
I think referring to a committee versus a specific committee allows us
fine.
to expedite these things more quickly because
Yes.
it makes sure there's always a committee supposedly meeting every month. If we're
Yes.
referring to just one committee, sometimes it delays it for 2 months. So I
Yeah.
think having the ability to flexibly schedule this and refer it to a committee for follow-up gets it resolved faster and more efficiently. And so I don't think we want to box ourselves in.
Agreed.
And I don't think
I just don't want to be too much of a technocrat, but it seems like the responsibilities for monitoring are now being spread across other committees that I've not heard that is how things have been done. That it's been filtered off from CAC because of the work we're doing on amendments. I've not
Actually,
heard that. So.
Yes, we
Member
had-
Wolf, we've said that in several meetings.
Yes, we discussed this like 2 or 3 times already.
I don't know if maybe you weren't there, but the reason was because the city was not allowing us to schedule other meetings so that we could make enough progress on on our work on the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, so originally what we tried to do is we tried to cancel EOT and replace them with CAC. And we were told we couldn't do that. So instead we transferred some of the work from CAC to EOT.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't want to be a technocrat. I'll stand aside.
Okay, my other clarification was to MTA. Is this Vida Ogens, is this still an employee of MTA?
I don't know if she's still working with us. I think she is. It would be helpful. It doesn't seem to be consistent in that after a meeting ends, I don't always get an email from SOTF indicating what the outcome was. And it would be super helpful if I can get that so that I can send it directly to Toby Battle and Vida, if she's still on staff, to let them know what their obligations are here. I would greatly appreciate
Understood.
that. Thanks.
And if you can just explain to me very briefly, Ms. Battle is still an MTA employee, I assume.
Yeah.
Who does she report to? What part of the organization is she in?
We had a reorg back in April, and I've not yet received a confirmed. But I think Virginia Harmon, it's now either that or directly to the director, Julie Kirschbaum. It's one of the two, either Virginia Harmons,
Okay.
who now heads up our division called administration,
Yeah. Okay.
or Julie.
All right. You answered my question. The point is that it's unusual that an organization within the city has this ombuds person. It doesn't fit neatly in an operations, admin, HR world. And so figuring out what the responsibility is was the nature of my question. I can get with the motion. I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. We were trying to call public comment, so let's call public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on item 10, if you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you're online, raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and I think we could take a vote on this.
Taking the vote on item 10. Member Wolf.
Yes.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 10 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you to the parties for joining us this evening, and we will move on to item number 11.
I am lowering all hands raised. Item 11, file number 25057, complaint filed by Annie Gilbertson against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, for failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On September 23, 2025, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction and referred the matter to the full task force with a recommendation to find that the San Francisco Police Department violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. In addition, the committee forwarded this matter to the full task force to consider whether Government Code Section 79.23.610 requires production of the names of individuals arrested beyond the 90-day period provided by the San Francisco Police Department. Prior to scheduling this file before the full task force, the committee requested that a legal counsel opinion on how the court cases cited by the police department in their September 18, 2025 letter to the task force interacts with Government Code Section 79.23.610, specifically related to contemporaneous data.
Okay, so let's make sure the parties are here.
If you are here for item 11, and you're in the online community, please raise your hand. I see one person, one moment, please. Hello, caller. Are you here for item 11?
Yes, this is Lieutenant Hepler with the San Francisco Police Department Legal Division.
Hi, Lieutenant. One moment, please. Ms. Gilbertson, are you present in the online community? And if yes, please raise your hand in the app.
I think she was that 714 number. She was.
Yes, there we go.
There it is.
Ms. Gilbertson, is this you? Ms. Gilbertson, you've been unmuted. Am I speaking to you?
Oh, hey, I'm so sorry. I had myself muted too.
No
This is
worries.
Annie Gilbertson and I'm present. Yep.
Excellent. One moment. I'm promoting you to a panelist status. One moment.
And Ms. Peterson, what's the 206 number? Who's a panelist? I don't think they're a party to this.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Can you identify yourself, please? And are you here for item 11? Caller with the area code beginning with 206. Is this Ms. Salea?
Good evening. This is Mr. Chima for number 12.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I am going to return you to an attendee position.
Okay.
The parties are present.
Okay.
Confirming that I'm lowering all hands.
Okay. This went to EOT for initial hearing, and so I will turn it over to EOT Chair Highland to give us a quick summary of this.
Yes, pretty much encapsulated in the very nice write-up. Thank you, Madam Peterson. I think one thing that we did ask for, I just want to make sure that the legal counsel that we received is not privileged.
It is, I believe it is privileged.
It is privileged. Okay,
Yes.
that's what
So it's for us to consider, but not talk about.
Yeah. So I just want to note that we do have that in front of us, and can proceed with hearing the complaint.
Okay. So I think we're ready to begin. So we'll start with the petitioner. Ms. Gilbertson will have 5 minutes.
Ms. Gilbertson, are you ready for your 5 minutes?
I'm ready.
Your time begins now.
My name is Annie. I'm a journalist. I requested this information from the San Francisco Police Department several months ago. What I got was redacted data, arrest data from the department. They removed names of everybody that had been arrested prior to the 90 days that the request was fulfilled. I believe that this is not in keeping with California public record law. Arrests are explicitly a public record under Government Code 7923.610, and I've gotten the exact same records going back years from multiple agencies, including the California Highway Patrol, Los Angeles Police Department. There's several others, Sheriff's Department. So San Francisco is extremely unique in how they're choosing to respond to this public records request, and extremely limiting to the point where I don't believe it's in compliance with the law. And as I know that it's privileged, but as I'm sure that the attorneys found, the case law that they cite that allow them to withhold these records really don't apply here. Especially because arrest records are explicitly a public record under the law. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Lieutenant Heffler, are you ready for your 5 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Your time begins now.
Thank you. Thank you, Task Force. Just to recap, the San Francisco Police Department did receive a public request on April 14, 2025. We did invoke an extension and then ended up producing records on June 17, 2025, which included a spreadsheet with all responsive, non-exempt information sought by Ms. Gilbertson. Ms. Gilbertson's complaint alleges that the San Francisco Police Department improperly redacted the name of arrestees. We contest that this is not accurate. The Excel spreadsheet produced on June 17, 2025 included the name of arrestees. Ms. Gilbertson's sole remaining complaint appears to be that we redacted unique identifying information. However, Government Code Section 7923.610 does not require the disclosure of this information, as an ID number is not among the categories of information SFPD is required to make public under that provision. Moreover, as set forth in our response to her rebuttal to us in our July 2nd letter, SFP properly withheld identification numbers which are not subject to public disclosure under Penal Code Section 11105, both CORI data, which is personal identifiable criminal history information, and CLETS data, California Law Enforcement Telecommunications Systems, are categories protected from public disclosure. Finally, the SFPD believes that we have complied with Section 7923.610, which requires only disclosure of arrest information contemporaneous with the request relating to persons currently within the criminal justice system. As during the other meeting, I did cite some court cases, County of Los Angeles versus Superior Court, which emphasizes that SFPD's provision of data within 90 days of an arrest does readily satisfy the contemporaneous standard. Other agencies, law enforcement agencies, satisfy the standards within a 30-day limit, and we have broadened that to 90-day limit. We do not, at SFPD, we do not release past historical arrest information because of privacy concerns. The 90-day approach properly balances these privacy concerns with the legislature's interest in making contemporaneous arrest information available to prevent secret arrests. That's our stance on this issue. Thank you for your time.
Okay,
Thank you.
Any questions on this one? Member Hood.
Yeah, I have a question for the police department. Can you explain why you wouldn't give a numerical code, that a string of numbers that is otherwise meaningless? What is the reason for not giving out that number?
I'm sorry, what are you referencing?
Okay, you said you're withholding codes associated with these entries, that those are the things that those have been withheld. Is that correct?
We released the names of the arrestees,
Yes.
and we not released the specific identification numbers.
Right,
associated
excuse me,
with arrestees.
identification numbers. Can you explain
Yes.
why so you've released a name, why would you not release an identification number?
Well, we're not required to, first and foremost, but secondly, that when we release the names and the identification numbers are unique to the department and how we basically categorize certain arrest numbers, or how the sheriff's department does. But
I guess my question is, if you've
data
already,
is not required by law for us to release, so that's why we do not release it.
I guess my question is, okay, but you've already given the name out. What could somebody learn from having this identification number that they couldn't learn from having the person's name?
I don't know how to answer that question. I could hypothesize on something like that, but I'm not going to. In regards to what we provide, we're trying to just provide what we're required to provide by law. In regards to specific CLETS information, we will not be providing that because it is privileged. That's how the best I can give an answer for that.
Okay, a question, I guess my question specifically regarding the ID numbers, my understanding, perhaps Member Schmidt can provide more on this, but you're not prevented from, even though you're not required to provide information, you're not necessarily prevented. If you're not prevented from providing information, you may provide it. And I guess my question is, even though you say you're not required to provide those ID numbers, why wouldn't you?
Well, if
What's
it's
the
a
harm?
California arrest record, take someone's like a rap sheet record for California arrest, for any arrest in the state of California, we're not allowed to release that kind of information. It'd be a CLETS violation. We can't release that to the district attorney's office. We can't release that to private citizens.
Does this arrest number then potentially link multiple arrests together, that if somebody had this number and could search, they could see that that they could hypothetically find the person's history of arrests rather than this single incident of arrest?
Well, I mean, yes. So hypothetically, yes, if you had someone's unique California ID number for arrest, you could, I mean, you'd have to have access to the CLETS database, but you could link all of their arrests together, not just specific to one case by the San Francisco Police Department.
So without access to the database, it's just a number.
It depends on what access they have or who they provide that number to.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, these are questions that I can, like I said, they're hypothetical questions, but I can't guarantee what someone's going to do with that information if it's released.
Member Schmidt.
Yeah, continuing on the ID number that Member LaHood has asked about, would Ms. Gilbertson need that ID number to go elsewhere to get the actual arrest records? That is what you sent her to do. Wouldn't that number be necessary to request those records from the other office?
What office are we speaking of? I'm
Well,
sorry, I'm not just following you.
You gave her a spreadsheet, and it did include certain names, and there were some names that were older names that were redacted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But also, there are arrest records that are held in another location, and she is, in your letters to her, she's referred to that other location to seek the actual records, correct?
Are we talking about like police incident reports? Are you within our department or with an external department is what my question is.
I think you consider it to be an external department. I don't know what that means, external, but you sent her to what I guess is an external department to find the actual arrest records.
I apologize. When I say external department, I mean another division within the San Francisco Police Department, or like the different agency.
I'm sorry, I don't have the document in front of me. First, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilbertson. You, in the letters responding to your requests here, you were told that certain arrest information, they couldn't give it to you, but you had to go elsewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I've seen this.
Do you remember what the name of that office was?
I think member
It looks like it's the Crime Information Services Division.
Yeah, that's CISD. Thank you. Thank you, Member LaHood. Do you remember, you got that reference in the letter from the police department, correct?
Yeah, and I'll just explain how I interpreted that at the time, because I've gotten that before from police departments. So it's kind of a way of basically like telling me to go kick rocks, like, because that department is they basically provide reports to the parties in the case. So like if I was in a car accident and there was like a written report about that, then they would give it to me. But because I wanted to, pursue the records I was seeking through the public records department, because I'm a journalist, that's how I'm trying to get access to records. Like I really wouldn't have been successful over there. Like it was just kind of like a diversion tactic.
Got it. Thank you. Now you got the spreadsheet. I'll stay with you, Ms. Gilbertson. You got the spreadsheet itself, and you got names going back 90 days, correct?
That's right.
But the names after that are longer than 90 days. They redacted, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, within the 90-day period, and I know that the numbers are redacted even for those people, but do you feel that your request for arrest records was satisfied by getting that spreadsheet.
No, I do not.
Okay, so what kind of records were you actually looking for beyond a spreadsheet of very limited information?
Just the names is really my sticking point here. I mean, I think that they need to supply every field that is clearly outlined in the law as to what needs to be made available, like the location, the arrest offense, the penal code. A lot of that is in the data. But really, I think that this hearing would be most useful is like just the sticking point of they should be providing arrest record or arrestee names older than 90 days. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the core of what you're really looking for.
Yeah, more so than more so than the ID numbers as well. Like the ID numbers are helpful to me as a journalist because it's like, people have the same last name, same birthday. It's like easy to, you don't want to get people mixed up. So that would be nice, and other agencies do provide that. So, but really, what would be most useful is the 90-day names. Yep.
Okay, and within the 90 days, the spreadsheet generally gives you what you're looking for, correct? For the most part.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, Ms. Gilbertson, do you have a citation of law regarding the release of these names after the 90-day period?
I mean, the law is, let me pull up my, so it's Government Code 7923.610. And that's the code that requires that all the information about arrests be released. And it does not give a time frame. There's no confines to time.
And with the other locations or locale departments, the law enforcement departments that you have sought similar information, you've had similar experiences or not similar experiences?
No, I would say San Francisco is very unique in terms of withholding records. I think other agencies understand that the law is explicit that they must give this information, and so they do.
Okay, and for the San Francisco Police Department, Lieutenant, can you give a reason why you're withholding?
We believe that we are satisfying the contemporaneous standard within the 90 days. As I stated in my response, other agencies use a 30-day limit. We use a 90-day limit per county versus Los Angeles Superior Court. And I provided the records. I won't repeat the long court cases that I provided, but based upon our information and what we are using and our counsel, we believe that we are in align with Government Code Section 7923.610 and satisfying that contemporaneous standard by releasing 90 days of data.
Okay, I heard you say that before. Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now.
All right. Any other questions? Member LaHood.
Actually, I think this is for discussion.
Okay. All right. Let's go to.
I haven't asked any.
Oh, go for it.
To Ms. Gilbertson, and I think Member Schmidt may have covered most of my questions. The description of your initial request was all arrest records from incidents in which the police department deployed a drone from inception of drone program to present. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a different complaint I have.
Okay. Is that not the subject of this complaint?
I think it is.
I think it is. That's what we discussed in the OT.
Right.
If it.
Oh.
Ms. Gilbertson,
okay,
if it's
sorry.
not that one.
I'm getting mixed up. It's getting late.
Okay.
Go ahead. Please ask your question again. I have a
Okay.
different complaint regarding drones too, so I'm sorry.
All right. I thought we were. There's a lot of duplication in the file. I see two spreadsheets, one that's a number of pages that apparently has flight dates, I assume drone flight dates, and case or CAD number, and then a two-page tiny spreadsheet that's got names and other data. And it's duplicated several times in the file. Are both of those documents or records that were provided to you in response to this records request?
I believe the drone flight data is a different request, and I did get that information.
Okay, before I proceed further, can someone?
Well, there's a
help
difference
here?
between drone flight data and arrest records.
Well,
So
right, I
this is about the arrest records.
Yeah. Regardless of why it's in the file, let's just get beyond, it doesn't matter if there's extra stuff in the file, then there's extra stuff in the file. So what's the question about? Okay.
So what is it that is being sought? Is it the more than 90 days? Is it, that's the issue?
It's names beyond.
Names beyond
Okay.
90 days.
Okay, so
That's it. Yep.
it's, when I read the law at 7923.610, I didn't see anything about 90 days there. So can someone help me where the 30 days versus 90 days and contemporaneous?
Yes,
come
member Pilpelt, that's
Okay.
kind of, I would recommend you read the legal opinion.
We could talk about that.
Yeah, that's more of a
also
deliberation.
In
Yeah,
deliberation.
that's not really a question for Ms. Gilbertson or.
Okay.
Let me summarize for you since we heard this at DOT.
He was not here.
He was not
I
there.
was
This is
not
when-
there,
Right.
right.
So this is when I took.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
did a fine job.
we went through this. The police department is citing the case law, not that actual law, but case law that says that particular portion of the government code does not require them to release arrestee names that are older than 90 days. That was their reasoning for not releasing anything beyond 90 days old, right?
Okay.
So we asked RDCA to analyze the case law that was being cited by the police department, come back to us with the legal advice that we have in front of us.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. There's nothing, we all know that there's nothing in the code that specifies 90 days. You're not going to find that in that government code. It's case law.
So then let me try to put it this way. First to Ms. Gilbertson, if you've got examples from other agencies that have gone beyond 90 days, if you could provide them to us at some point, not necessarily in connection with this particular case, but there are issues that have come up with the police department before, and it might be instructive to us that other agencies in the area have no problem providing more information and there's no great harm there. That might be interesting. And number two, to the lieutenant, and I think Member LaHood asked you this, but maybe I want to emphasize this. If you have access to data beyond 90 days, remind me again, what's the harm in providing that information? What's magic about 90 days that, 88 days, you're fine providing it, but 95 days, gosh, the world might end. What's different in a 90-day cutoff?
So our concern and our stance is that we don't release historical arrest information due to privacy concerns. Our 90-day approach, we believe, properly balances these privacy concerns with the legislative interest in making contemporaneous arrest information available to prevent secret arrests. So basically, with that being said, is that we believe we're, as I said before, adhering to the law, and that we aren't, and that the 90 days is adhering to potential privacy concerns as well.
Whose privacy concerns?
The privacy concerns of arrested persons and persons involved in the case, that it might still be going on. And in response to the crime services information, that is part of the San Francisco Police Department. I just wanted to make sure that we all knew that. I clarified that. And that when we provide case numbers and CAD numbers to a respondent, they can go to that unit and request any incident report. I understand that it might be turned as in redacted form, but they still feel free to go and request all of the incident reports that they want from the spreadsheet that we gave.
Okay, this 90-day policy that you're implementing, is that codified in a department general order, or who made that up?
That is the standard that we've been using and on advice of our council.
So is that, again, is that a department policy approved by a number of chiefs over the years, or is that codified somewhere? If you could tell me that it's in Department General Order 3.6 sub, 21A.
No, it's not a department general order. It's basically the past practice that this division and unit has been using, and on advice of our council.
Okay, I'm lost as to what privacy interest you're protecting and on what basis. So that's where I'm having a particular problem right now. But thank you.
Okay, Member Luhut.
Yeah, a quick question to the respondent. So would the police department give responsive records with names if somebody every 90 days requested all of the past 90 days arrest records, and then 90 days in the future made the same request, and 90 days in the future made the same request? Would you have any problem fulfilling those requests?
Sorry, so you're saying, I'm just trying to follow with.
So if I ask on January 1st for the arrest records from the preceding 90 days, you would give them to me with names. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the standard that we used from this case.
Okay, and then if I on April 1st, or 90 days out, if it's not exactly that, I made the same request, you would give me the records with names for the preceding 90 days.
From April 1st back to 90 days, is that what you're saying? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then on July 1st, I made the same request. By being creative and filing my request, could compile all of this data myself.
I think that, but that you're going in the future.
Right,
I think
right. But meaning if I figured that out, yeah.
But we don't know who's going to be arrested 90 days from the first request. So.
Right. So you won't do it retrospectively, but if I set up a system, I could do this going into the future indefinitely.
I can't answer what's going to happen. I'm not quite following that, because we don't know if we're going to have any arrests in the future regarding a certain case or a crime. So, I mean, you could do what you're saying, but I'm not understanding how someone would do that.
Thank you. I think I understand what's possible. Thank you.
Okay, let's get to rebuttals here.
Lieutenant Hepler, are you ready for your 3-minute rebuttal?
Yes, thank you.
Your time begins now.
I just want to say thank you guys for your time. I know it's getting late here and you guys have another one. So I think we've made our stance clear. I don't want to reiterate stuff I've already said. So I'll just thank you, and I'll leave it to the complainant.
Thank you. Ms. Gilbertson, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
I'm ready.
Your time begins now.
I'll just say that to me, it sounds like this 90-day rule they made up is completely arbitrary and not based on any case law, and certainly not based on public records law, and not in keeping with the section that I named, 7923.610. I'm also see a red flag in raising the privacy concerns of the arrestees. This work, this journalism work is actually about holding the San Francisco Police Department accountable for who they're arresting where. And so hiding behind the privacy concerns of the people that they're arresting, I find is problematic. Those records, if the district attorney thought they had merit, would also be public court records, and would be indefinitely a public record. And I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Hood, let's.
Yeah, I have a
Rich.
question, and I'm going to direct this to Member Schmidt because maybe he has a clear answer. So if case law exists, but common practice in lots of different municipalities doesn't follow this case law, what does that mean? So San Francisco is saying we're following this case law, but all these other municipalities aren't following this case law. Is there some sort of common practice standard that one might hold up? Well, even though the case law exists, nobody's paying attention to it, so we should ignore it.
I would say that, well, in this particular instance, yes, there is case law, very specific to this question. And
This
the-
call is no longer being recorded.
Wait. What happened, Pat?
One moment, please. Recording of this session is in progress. Mr. Young, do you have I'm sorry?
I just heard it say it's not being recorded.
Yeah, we heard that here too, Member Wolf.
Yes. Thank you, Member Wolf. Mr. Young, it appears recording is in progress for the WebEx platform. Do you have any
From what I
thoughts?
can see, the recording is still in progress.
I see that also. I see two phone lines open. Lieutenant, do you have a phone line open that might have been recording anything?
No.
Ms. Gilbertson, do you have any devices open that is recording?
Right, yeah. By accident, I hit the record button on my iPhone because my father
Okay,
was
so-
trying to go into their bed. So, and then I turned it off, so it's not recording. So
Okay, thank you. It's just a number of us heard the statement and we had to run it to ground. Thank you.
yeah, it's not.
Member Schmidt, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll continue. The statute here about arrest information, it didn't say anything about a contemporaneousness limitation. But I think that the County of LA case, County of LA v. Superior Court, which we've already got, we already know about that case. It sort of, it looked at the intention for the existence of this arrest information statute. And it sort of, it added this contemporaneousness limitation, because it was basically the court was saying, look, there's a reason why we have arrest information, which is sort of an exception to the general protection, the general exemption for criminal record information, which is sort of the overarching situation. And the purpose for this is so that you can find out like who's being arrested in this contemporaneous period, who's in jail right now, things that are happening as we speak, sort of thing. In the case itself, the County of LA case said, this exception for arrest information, you can't use this for something that's 11 months old. This is contemporaneous arrests, which is, they didn't say anything except, well, 11 months is way more than what you're entitled to. And so, and I do think after looking at the law on this, I think that that's generally what the law is. And there have been about 4 other cases that have come since County of LA that are on the same issue. They haven't changed County of LA. There is one case that the respondent cited here, and I just wanted to tell them, you cited MinCal, and the proposition you cited MinCal for is wrong. And so that case didn't approve a 30-day limitation. And yet the way somebody wrote this into your documentation, it miscites the MinCal. A 30-day limitation has never been approved. Now, what does contemporaneous mean? Well, we know it means something less than 11. But that's about all we know. And so it can be something where we in the task force here could just say, well, are we satisfied with a 90-day limit? I think that the police department here, they picked a number because they're trying to administer a program. And they're saying, okay, they could have picked 150, they could have picked 30, but they picked 90. And they thought, well, we're good. By that, we're satisfying this contemporaneousness standard. And, I actually think that it's possible that that's a reasonable way to go forward. I think 30 days would be too short. But I think that generally for the purpose of the statute, a person who requests arrest records and gets those names that they're looking for, they could do what you were talking about. Memberhood is come back in 90 days and do it again, and you get a full record. I know that sounds sort of strange, but what this does is it prevents someone from just asking for like 10 years of names. And those are people who may have been arrested 5-10 years ago, not convicted, but just arrested. And so they're trying to protect, that information by setting up this statute as it's set up. Did I answer?
I understand, but it's a little baffling to me that knowing what we know now, or, the petitioner knowing this could say, oh, I'm going to start building my own database and start building it forward. And 10 years from now, we'll have a 10-year retrospective database with all of this information.
It wouldn't make, it is a weird situation, but if you think about this arrest information not as being something that's, it's sort of an exception to the general rule that you can't get any of this stuff. And so after 90 days, they're saying, no, that's too old. You're not entitled to any of it. And I think the law supports that, state law. And so this becomes kind of this weird exception to that, where you can view in to that generally exempt field if you're just trying to get, in this county, 90 days. There may be counties who do 30 days, 60 days, 120 days, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the standard. I think the only law that we can really rely on here is these cases that have talked about, well, what's contemporaneous, what's not contemporaneous. And that's a weird word, but that's what the law is right now.
Question.
Yeah.
So, through the chair, to Member Schmidt. So, I thought I heard you say that if it's beyond older than 90 days, that the requester is not allowed to have the information. Did I hear that incorrectly?
If 90 days satisfies the contemporaneousness standard, and that's not decided. I think that we kind of have to decide that here today. But it's if 90 days, if we say that anything beyond 90 days is no longer contemporaneous, then yeah, the law says you can't get anything that old further than 90 days ago. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I believe the law.
What's the logic on that though? Doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
If
the
it's
law-
old,
the
the
law-
older it is, the more useless it is to the department, and it's public information.
Well,
Why shouldn't the public?
it becomes exempt under the law after that contemporaneousness period. Whether that's, logical or not, I can't really say anything about that. That's just how the law is set up. It all would be unavailable except for this exception 7923.610 for asking for, okay, who have you arrested lately? I need to know, who have you arrested the last 30 days? Who have you arrested the last 90 days? Because the reason this was created is so that you could protect people, either who they wanted to know who someone has just been arrested because it's a brand new situation, or they're worried about maybe somebody's in custody, but nobody's telling us kind of thing, like a secret prison kind of situation.
I get that. So within a certain period of time, that's contemporaneous, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But beyond the contemporaneous time, what harm is there? I get it. Somebody gets arrested today, they're not convicted yet. They may be, found not guilty and everything goes away so that it's not on their record. So you don't want that to be made public so quickly. So now the city, instead of doing 30 days like everyone else, they stretch it out to 90 days. So now after contemporaneous period is over, then it should be available publicly.
Well, it's the law goes the law goes the other way. It says past 90 days, we're going to, it's sort of the writers of the law said, okay, we're going to make the call that after the period of contemporaneousness ends, you no longer get this, because maybe those people were just arrested and nothing happened to them. And if they were arrested 2 years ago and they were not convicted, let's think about their privacy. Like, they weren't convicted of anything. So why should people be able to trace back 2 years and get these names of people who did nothing wrong? That's the interest here, I think, that they're trying to protect.
And potential discrimination against them.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. Okay,
Yeah,
I understand.
It's kind of like an awkward, blocky way of doing it, the way they write these things, exception to exception to exception. But it does seem like what San Francisco did here is they're sort of trying to create a way that's somewhere between 0 days and 11 months that might satisfy this contemporaneousness approach. I might say 90 days is okay. You could say, I think reasonably, no, 90 days, no, it should be 6 months. It should be 9 months. I get it. I think we kind of have to make that call here in terms of, do we believe that she got as much as she's entitled to under this provision of state law?
All right, I have to ask, Mr. Chair, did we get legal advice on this?
We did.
I don't see it.
Okay, that's right, because you're not here. And it came in right before the meeting, so let me forward it to you right now.
Thank you.
While I do that, Vice Chair Stein, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to comment that as we've discussed before in other contexts, I'm not sure how much it is our role to decide what the SFPD's policy should be in terms of the number of days beyond unless we think it's something maybe so egregiously wrong that it completely, contravenes the spirit of the Sunshine Ordinance, I would be hesitant to think of us as, being able to endorse or not endorse a number of days that the police department should be using.
Member Popo?
To that point, and that's what I alluded to earlier, if this 90-day rule were in a department general order, I'd be more comfortable with it. I'm not crazy about it, but at least that would reflect not just longstanding policy, but in fact, or practice, but actually a policy set by the police commission. And I think it is the appropriate role in this city these days, check in again next week, it could change, for the police commission to set policy for the police department by way of a department general order. So that's where I am, and I'm in agreement in not substituting our own judgment, but having that be policy set by the commission. Let me also ask Chair Schmidt and our deputy city attorney, in your view, is there anything in 67.24D, particularly the first sentence, that changes the analysis here? Is there something in our Sunshine Ordinance that talks about police and arrest information that might color the discussion? We've been talking a lot about state law, but I'm interested in that particular section.
This is Deputy City Attorney Val Lopez. Can you please repeat the citation? I don't have it in front of me.
67.24D.
I'll need a moment.
Thanks. And Chair Schmidt, if you had thoughts. Because in part to Vice Chair Stein, I think that's what gives us some latitude, possibly.
I would say you're definitely on, you're on point here. And
I apologize for
this. This could be contradictory to the contemporaneousness provision. I'm guessing that the position of the police department and the city attorney's office, who's advising them, maybe that D doesn't apply and they only have to satisfy the contemporaneousness provision. But nobody's told us.
At the same time,
the reasoning.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
But by the same token, I agree with Member Pilpel's assertion that since there is no written policy and it's not codified anywhere, then it's not necessarily authorized. It just is it's a practice that somebody, that somebody advised the department to do. And now we're in a state of bringing some legality to it. There has to be some standing. And so I agree with Member Pilpel's assertion for 6724D, unless there is some written policy somewhere that has been approved by an authority that this becomes the protocol or the practice, the official practice of the city and county of San Francisco. I'll stop there.
I'll jump in here, just a couple of things. The 6724D, I think, is an interesting thing. And I'm not sure we have any analysis about how the case law would interact with that. But I think there is an interesting thing where I could read it as the most recent 90 days or any contemporaneous stuff is available. Then it becomes unavailable, and then it becomes available again because it talks about records pertaining to any investigation, arrest, or other law enforcement activity shall be disclosed to the public once the district attorney or court determines that a prosecution should not be made against the subject involved, or once the statute of limitations for filing charges has expired, whatever comes first. So I could see a situation where, okay, you can get contemporaneous, then we're within the statute of limitations, let's say, or the considering charges, and you can't see it. Now statute of limitations runs out, now you can see it again. So even then, it could be this on and off again thing.
And it's not in this section. I don't know where it is, but somewhere is the concrete and definite language. And once you get past the police and the DA deciding that they're not going to prosecute, or that the statute of limitations is run, that there's no harm in disclosure, then yes, I agree that it becomes available again. If this concern about contemporaneous is, some reputational harm or something that we've not quite settled upon, at some point you get to the, this guy was arrested in the 60s for a protest in Berkeley and it's a badge of honor and who the hell cares because it's so long ago or the guy's dead or whatever, right? That there's no, that contemporaneous concept that was coloring whatever law is no longer relevant. I'm sure there are people who got arrested 100 years ago, and I don't think they're that concerned about it because they're pretty much, buried and gone or whatever. I'll shut up.
No. I mean, I think this is something that we do need to be, considering in this deliberation. I'm glad you brought it up. This is the thing, and I think this is maybe in accord with what Chair Yankee was saying. If you're talking about arrest information, yeah, this talks about arrest information. Disclosed to the public once the DA or court determines that a prosecution will not be sought. Now, or the statute of limitations. Now, if those don't happen, then this information is not available. So, how often do we know that the district attorney or court always makes this kind of determination? I don't think so.
Well, actually, the police department, I think, made up, I don't know how to call it a matrix, but we had this come up several times with those, call them cold case or old zebra killer things. And I believe compliance and amendments worked, and we had it on one of our agendas here, where they now have a process to determine whether or not that's going to take place and whether or not it's releasable.
Okay.
So actually, there is something in place on
Written
that.
protocol.
There is a written protocol that we actually worked with them on for that purpose.
Okay.
Thank you, Lieutenant Ozol.
Yes.
So somehow, I think, if the police department here is, they would give you the 90 days of names. And then everything beyond that, if they were to sort of fold this into their analysis, they would, look at that column that indicates whether the district attorney or court had determined, I don't know how a court determines that the prosecution will not be sought, but, that's just the way they wrote this thing, or a statute of limitations. But they would have to look at, each arrest and see if this has happened. And statute of limitations, say it's 1 year, 2 years, it may be that it becomes secret for a while or exempt for a while, and then it comes out of exception. I guess that's maybe how this would be applied. And so it may be that there are items that were not given to Annie Gilbertson here because of the in excess of the 90 days, but actually 24D says, no, they have to be given because there was a DA determination.
That says we're not prosecuting.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, we don't know if they made that, I don't think they went through and made that determination. But if they're going to follow 24D, it seems like if the DA did it and they didn't produce it, there's violation. It looks that way.
This is Deputy City Attorney Valerie Lopez. One point I would like to make for this task force. So going back to 67.24D, before we get into language that talks about whether or not criminal charges will be filed, I want to bring the task force attention to the second sentence. So the first sentence basically lays it out that there should be cooperation between the DA, chief of police, sheriff, and the press. But the second sentence I think is operative here. However, no provision of this ordinance is intended to abrogate or interfere with the constitutional and statutory powers and duties of the district attorney and sheriff as interpreted under Government Code Section 25303 or other applicable state law or judicial decision. And as we discussed in length this evening, we understand there's case law in point that fleshes out what contemporaneous means. And so I think, or applicable state law or judicial decision, I think is operative here.
I actually find that fairly convincing that the Sunshine Ordinance did recognize that there would be judicial decisions. They could influence that and specifically wrote judicial decisions into 24D in the sentence. Or,
but Mr. Chair,
I have Mr. Member Pilpel, and then I have you, and then I have Member Schmidt.
I think this is a useful discussion. I'm sorry that it's late and we're doing this like this. I have been interested, and I thought we had requested a written opinion from the city attorney about how 67.24D relates to state law provisions about police, DA, and arrest records. If not, I think we should ask for that. It could be a complicated analysis, but I do remember specifically that 67.24 was one of the original provisions of the ordinance. It may have been amended in 99, but there was a reason why San Francisco, in enacting the Sunshine Ordinance, had specific language about law enforcement information, and that preceded the Rivero decision. There was a lot of debate in the 90s, in the early 90s, about how much information could be provided and to what degree, Member Schmidt, we could override state law or provide more guidance or restriction on the police and their release of this information. And I think that may have preceded even that contemporaneous, the court case with that defined contemporaneous, right? So the general idea here was that you provide as much information as possible that doesn't disclose a juvenile and that won't impair or impede an ongoing investigation. Those were the basic confidential informants, all of that stuff. So if there's no harm, if there's no meaningful harm, then you should provide the information. And I'm very much in favor of Member LaHood's 90-day rolling requests and somebody building a 10-year database. If you can do it that way, I don't see what purpose is served by this period, this blackout period of non-disclosure. It doesn't seem like it's, even if, whatever, it doesn't seem like it's doing.
We really have to wrap it up here.
I'll
I'm
just
gonna give everyone just one more shot and we have to go for the motion because
I've done my thing.
more case. And I want to have a good discussion of the amendments, so then we need to leave time for it. So,
okay.
I won't explain it, but I'm not sold about, I got pointed at, sorry.
yeah, it was Member Schmidt, then you, Member Wolf.
The sentence 2, I don't think I'm not convinced on it. So I disagree with what people have said about sentence 2 of D, but it's Member Wolf's turn.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
yeah, I agree. I'm agreeing with Member Polpel and Member LaHood on that point. But I want to also, if I could, through the chair to DCA, on your iteration of the second sentence, doesn't that only apply to the district attorney and the sheriff?
That's right.
It doesn't apply to the police department. It only applies to the district attorney and the sheriff.
That's a way to interpret it.
Yeah. Member Wolf, I would also interpret it that way. This is Member Schmidt.
Thank you.
This is DC Lopez. I would agree with what's been said. I think that's one interpretation. I can't speak to what the historical interpretation has been from my office on this, but that is one way to interpret it. And so arguably, we could take the position that. Wait, so,
Well,
wait, but it says chief of police, which is obviously the SFPD here.
No.
In the first sentence.
I mean, I'm just going to say, just as an alternate read, Government Code Section 25303 specifically refers to the district attorney or the sheriff. So Government Code 25303 can't apply to anyone else. So an alternate reading, I think there's two readings of this, and that unfortunately there's not great commas or splitting up of things. It could be saying, that duties of the district attorney and sheriff as interpreted under Government Code Sections 25303, and then separately, or other applicable state or judicial decisions. Not necessarily that the other applicable state law or judicial decisions also are for the district attorney and sheriff, but just that Government Code Section 25303.
No, I don't agree with that at all. No, I can't separate it out within the same sentence. It's not making a distinction. It's just saying that if there's anything beyond 25303 that's applicable, it could apply to the district attorney and sheriff. But the operative objects or the operative people are the district attorney and the sheriff for the purposes of the second sentence. The first sentence is a completely different notion, a completely different concept and action.
We're not going to resolve this tonight. You have to go back to Randy Riddle's notes from 1993. That's where you find it. Sorry.
You're right.
And he's not testifying anymore. So
I'm inclined to think that this is just my thinking on how we resolve this. I'm inclined to feel like 90 days may feel sort of short, but it may be within the realm of like a reasonable administrative way of doing things. If they did 180 days, I'd probably say, I'm good. That's 6 months that satisfies contemporaneous what you're entitled to arrest wise. I think the cities that do 30 days or 15 days, I don't think that's enough. I think it's somewhere in between there. And so I'm like torn about whether 90 days, whether we should approve it. But I think it may be within the realm of reasonableness in my own judgment on this.
Okay, I think we need to come up with some type of motion here.
I have one last question. For when was this policy put in place that the information is being sought regarding? We don't know.
Longstanding.
The 90-day.
No. Because the arrests are, unless I'm merging things, because it has to do with the drones. When did these practices begin?
I don't think that this 90-day thing is specific to drones. I think it's arrests.
This is all arrests. Okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
this just happens to be a narrower question.
Intersected. Yeah.
Intersected, yeah.
Never mind.
I have a question, a real fast question for the respondent. I know you talked about this briefly in the EOT hearing, but just so it's on the record here, I believe you stated at EOT that this is actually, the 90 days is commonly used. We heard from Ms. Gilbertson that she receives this information from other police agencies, but I just wanted to have a chance for you to describe what other police agencies you believe may be using a 90, 30, 180, whatever day time period. This is for Lieutenant Hepler. Or is this something just unique to San Francisco? I believe at our prior hearing, you talked about other agencies across the state using this, and this is why San Francisco adopted 90 days.
I think maybe you're referencing at the other hearing was probably something I referenced at this one too, is that we cited a case where other agencies impose a 30-day limit, which was that MinCal consumer versus Carlsbad Police Department case. That was cited in our response. In particular to other police agencies, I don't know what they use. I've not cross-referenced with other agencies on what their standard of contemporaneous is.
Okay.
Task Force members, Valerie Lopez, DCA, just for completeness, in regards to the reference of the MinCal Consumer Group case v. Carlsbad, I know it's referenced into a letter about the imposition of a 30-day limitation. I just want to flag for this task force that case was dismissed for the court's lack of jurisdiction, and so the court never discussed the merits. So yes, in the facts of that case, the department did impose 30-day limit, but I want you to know that the court did not agree or disagree. They never touched the merits of that case. Just for completeness, I thought this task force should know that.
That's helpful. Thank you. Okay. I think we've discussed this one a lot. We're going to need to come to some resolution here.
How do we then consider that piece of presented evidence? Does it have any kind of substance for standing for us or not?
Well,
it helps in making a decision.
Is that a question for the DCA member, Wolf?
My mute button's going crazy. Sorry. Well, either for our DCA or for Member Schmidt. I mean, is it of substance enough that the court never heard the merits, but gave a number?
You want to go? I can go. But I ought to give you to our esteemed counsel. Go ahead.
Do you say Valerie Lopez? I think it's just an exemplar of the types of policies that different jurisdictions have. And I just raised it because unlike the other case that provides, I believe it's the Kinney case that provides this limitation where it says, arrest data in excess of 11 or 12 months is not contemporaneous. I think on the other side of that spectrum is there's this discussion of 30 days. And currently the case law that even touches the 30-day notion is this MinCal case, but it can only be used for illustrative purposes because, again, the court did not address the merits of the case. That example is later cited by other parties with the footnote that, again, it's just illustrative purposes. The court didn't even get to that discussion because they lacked jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. That's the exact answer I was looking for.
I didn't look at that case, but it illustrates what one department did. It's just one example.
Okay.
No court of appeal ever said that's okay. 30 days is okay.
Okay, I'm going to have to cut off discussion and entertain motions only at this point because we need to move on. So motions only.
On a motion.
Okay.
I don't have one yet. I'm on the fence about a violation for all the reasons that we've discussed. I would request that whatever motion we put together asks the police department for a written policy or protocol like we got with the DA and a further request that they codify that in a department general order before the police commission. That's my current view, but I could go either way on a violation. And I also think that Carl's bad, but he doesn't live in the Bay Area. Never mind.
Okay, I'll make the motion. I'll move that we find that there was no violation by the police department. Now, there aren't any timing issues.
I thought there was.
If there's a timing issue, then we would find a timing violation.
I don't believe there was. I think this was,
But yeah, I just, I'd move that we, find no violation.
do we have a second to that? All right, I'll second it to take this to a vote.
And if that doesn't pass, then
Then,
just
yep.
do the opposite.
Okay, so motion to find no violation for the police department on this.
Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment on item 11, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, public comments closed. Let's take a vote on that motion.
Taking the vote on item 11. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood.
No.
Member LaHood, no. Member Sugarman.
No.
Member Sugarman, no. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Reluctantly, aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Member Wolf, no. Vice Chair Stein.
No.
Vice Chair Stein, no. One absent, 4 noes. 5 ayes.
5 ayes.
5.
Fails.
That motion is not passed.
Fails.
Yep, okay. So it's, still have no motion. So anyone want to try another one?
Can I do my motion about the
You can make
general orders?
whatever, as long as it's the motion.
Yeah, all right. I move that without taking a position on a violation, that we request the police department to provide a written policy to this task force and further request that they seek to codify that ultimately through a department general order.
Okay,
I'll try that.
motion by member Pilpel. Is there a second to that motion?
Anybody?
I'm sorry, may I have a repeat, please?
Well, it may not be relevant in a second if we don't have a second. Anybody interested? Okay.
I'll second it.
Oh,
Oh. All right.
got a second by member Schmidt.
May I have a repeat, please,
Yes.
of the language?
Requesting the police department to provide a written policy on this 90-day definition of contemporaneous to this task force and further request codification via a departmental general order ultimately approved by the police commission.
Member LaHood?
Yeah, I have a question about that. I mean, so we're being told that this is a practice, but don't we, without sort of telling them it has to be for 90 days, don't we want a clarification of what they mean by contemporaneous and show what they've, what reasoning they used to make this decision, and if that actually is understood and accepted across the board, or was this just sort of, how did we get this result if there isn't a set policy that everyone knows about? Like, would someone else in the department have responded in a different way because it's not documented consistently?
Well, I agree with you. I think it was related to us that that's the consistent approach that they've used, but that it lacks a DGO behind it. I'm not saying that I support 90 days. I'm just saying that they should have a written policy and ultimately it should be codified.
In due respect to you, Member Pilpa, I'm going to be voting against this, and the reason why is not that I disagree with your position that it should. I don't think it's our position to tell them that they should go get it, what to do. I think it's outside of the bounds of what the task force should do. I think we are showing be looking at whether or not the 90 days is legal or not how they got to 90 days. Now, they may have gotten there in a bad way, and maybe that's something the police commission should look at. I'm not sure that's our place to do it.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Chair, on that because we're going to end up with other cases that are similar to this as time goes on. If there isn't any definitive rule or policy or protocol that is presented so that we can actually adjudicate, then it basically hamstrings us. So there has to be something. And to the motion, I'm just concerned. I agree with the motion that they should, produce something, but I'm a little concerned that it doesn't speak to the complaint that's before us. There's no remedy for the complainant, good or up or down.
I recognize that this is not intended to be a solution for that. And to Chair Yankee, I think this is trying to address 67.24D.
One speaking time each. So you made your motion, you spoke. Member Hood did. I took my turn. Member Wolf, anyone else want to go? Okay. Public comment on this motion.
Taking public comment on the second motion.
Who's the second?
Member Schmidt.
Member Schmidt. Taking public comment on this motion in item 11 regarding a 90-day definition of contemporaneous. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand in the app or press star 3.
I know.
It's okay. You can know your.
It appears we have a hand raised by a party.
No parties, no public comment from parties.
Lowering the hand.
Yeah, parties, you cannot make public comment. We give a long time for you to weigh in on this process, and this is not that time anymore.
No one in the queue.
Okay, let's take a vote on this.
Taking the vote, Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Oh, wait. Oh,
Yeah, it was Member
yes,
Pilpel.
Pilpel and Member Schmidt. Member Pilpel, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
No.
Member Sugarman.
No.
Member Sugarman, no. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland. Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf.
Pass.
Member Wolf, abstain.
No.
No,
Pass.
pass. You can't abstain. Just come back to it.
Come
Just
back.
keep reading.
Oh,
Just keep reading.
Vice Chair Stein.
No.
Vice Chair Stein, no. Chair Yankee.
No.
Chair Yankee, no. Member Wolf.
No.
Member Wolf, no. 1 absent, 5 noes. 4 ayes.
Okay, that motion fails. Vice Chair Stein,
To another motion?
go for it. Let's do it.
Okay,
1 moment, please.
and this just reflects my, this is why I also didn't vote.
Speak into the mic.
Motion, sorry, which is that I think on page 6 in a letter from Lieutenant Hepler, the SFPD in their response takes responsibility for not providing a response in a timely manner. So I want to move to find a 6721 violation for timeliness and leave it at that.
One moment, please.
I second that.
Okay, so there'll be a motion by,
Moment, please.
Tw 6721B for timeliness.
Vice Chair Stein, may I hear the motion again?
Yep. So a motion by Vice Chair Stein to find a violation of 6721B for timeliness, seconded by Member Kumar.
Anyone wishing to make public comment on this motion?
No.
Wait. Oh.
If we have comment on it, we get it first. Mr. Chair.
Oh, did you have a comment, Member Wolf?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, go for it.
So I'm wondering if Vice Chair Stein might be open to a friendly amendment. I'm really concerned that the complainant here has no cure. There's nothing comes of this except for a timeliness violation, but they still don't get what they asked for. And there's a big hole on the question of contemporaneousness and whether there is this 90-day period is actually valid or not. And so I'm wondering if you might be open to leaving the door open for this complainant to bring the issue back and to ask the police to take up Member Pilpel's motion in respect to that, so that getting that information from the police department, if they produce it and whether it's found to be valid or not, would then further be able to allow the complainant the ability to find a cure.
I personally voted against that motion because I think it's within the realm of reasonable for the police to say that 90 days is contemporaneous based on the 2022 court case. And so I'm just reluctant to, in this case, second guess or try to force them to show us the policy history or to codify it, because I think they state in multiple places what their policy is. It's a 90-day policy, and then what happens with that information and who has access to those records. And I feel like I understand the privacy interests involved, or the, so for me, I would rather keep this one separate. And then if someone wants to find a way to make Member Pilpel's motion more acceptable to everybody, or find some fourth way, I'm open to that, but I don't want to include it in this motion.
Okay, let's move to public comment.
Anyone wishing to make public comment? If you're in the audience, if you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room, no one in the queue.
Okay, public comment is closed. Let's move to a vote on that motion.
Can I ask one question
oh,
before
sure.
we vote? If we vote on this, does that mean could we vote on another 6721B violation, or would we would?
Yeah, if anyone wants to make a subsequent motion, we can do that too. I mean, this doesn't.
But could it be if Vice Chair Stein is saying 6721B for timeliness? Could someone say 6721B for incomplete?
Sure. This doesn't preclude any other
Okay.
subsequent.
Then I'm not going to get in the way of this.
So clarification, Vice Chair Stein, your motion is for timeliness only?
Yeah, for not providing a response in a timely manner.
No public comment. Taking the vote. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Kumar.
Aye.
Member Kumar, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 9 ayes, 1 absent.
Well, we got a motion passed.
Okay, I'm going to make one more and this may fail, but
Okay.
I'm going to say 6721B for failing to respond in a complete manner by not appropriately not providing appropriate justification for its definition of contemporaneous. Does that work? It's
Well,
like
is
they're
that-
saying it's they're saying it's complete, but how can it be complete if we don't think that they're that?
6727 is the justification of withholding.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Well, I was thinking of completeness.
Or yeah.
67. Then for 6727, hang on.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. 6727 for not providing appropriate justification for withholding.
Okay. Motion by member LaHood, seconded by member Wolf.
And then would we have to say on top of that, that in order to for compliance, we either need the records or we need appropriate justification?
So yeah, you need to include that in your motion.
Okay, I'm going to clear, okay. Finding a violation of 6727 for not providing appropriate justification. And in order to comply with this order, we either need the justification or we need the records to be produced. Member Wolf, do I have your second?
And sent
Yes,
to
yes.
committee follow-up?
And sent to committee for follow-up.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank
Is
you.
it just justification or a better justification? Because they've provided some, but it's
Appropriate
you're saying-
justification.
Well, maybe it should be something a little more concrete, like provide, written authorization.
Yes,
Or-
a proof of a written policy, not a common practice. Is that work?
I'm sorry, 67.27 for not providing appropriate justification for withholding. And to comply with this order, we need the justification or need the records produced and sent to committee for follow-up. Where is,
So we're adding in there, so appropriate justification, which should include evidence of a written policy. Is that?
Well, I mean, it's, I don't agree. I'll be voting no
Okay.
because I don't think that they provided a legal justification. How they got there, I mean, and I know member Wolf probably disagrees with me,
Mhm.
but how they got there, I think is beyond our purview.
Okay, then I'll just put
So,
it out there.
so I mean, I'll let you make the motion how you want. but
Okay.
To me, I think they've already provided case law to us as the justification.
I think in our day and age, for people just to say that they do this or do that without any proof or evidence that they have the right to do that is unconscionable. We shouldn't allow that.
We vote.
Okay, then vote for the motion.
Yeah, okay, let's go to public comment.
clarification, through the chair, is there a time frame for providing the appropriate justification?
Well, I think we default to the 5 days, but
Yeah.
I think in this case is,
I don't think we
I
need
don't
to
think it's
specify.
unreasonable because it doesn't require it. They just, yeah.
yeah. By the next time they, I mean, we could say within 5 business days. I think
Sure.
that's the standard.
That's the standard,
Yeah. If we never say it, I think that's what we would default.
which we do have in writing. Yes. So unless we go beyond our written standard, which is 5 days,
It should always just
it should
default
just
to.
be 5 days.
Yeah. That's
Boilerplate.
When we neglect to mention a motion, I have this conversation, that's what I always tell our administrator. We just default to that. Okay.
All right. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this motion, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue, no one in the room.
Okay, let's take a vote on it.
Taking the vote on this motion, Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member Sugarman.
No.
Member Sugarman, no. Member Kumar.
No.
Member Kumar, no. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
No.
Vice Chair Stein, no. Chair Yankee.
No.
Chair Yankee, no. One absent.
Member Wolf?
Member Wolf. Member Wolf seconded.
Yeah.
5 noes. 4 ayes. Motion fails.
Member Sugarman?
I don't have a motion, but in the spirit of making those, I support not just dismissing this matter and further discussion with the department on what should be done, essentially. I asked Member Stein that when the motion was made, if this should be forwarded to like compliance. That's it.
Out of curiosity, what is your outstanding question on this one? Like, what would you like to see more from the police department or?
The contemporaneous issue?
Yeah.
Like, essentially, I hear what the members are saying about wanting further clarification, essentially. But I don't know what that looks like. I don't think that that we can come to an agreement of what that looks like.
Right.
Either.
I mean, this is where I'm at on this one, okay? And we've taken, I think, four votes on this. I've only succeeded on one. I don't, unfortunately, when we've talked about this, I think before, but sometimes we reach the end of our usefulness. And as this has been litigated in court other times, this might just be one of those that we realize has to go to court, particularly because there's an interplay here potentially with the Sunshine Ordinance. And I'm not sure that us taking more votes and getting more involved is going to bring resolution in closer.
We're not getting any.
I don't think we're getting anywhere. And I think I've heard Member Anderson say it a lot, and she's not here, so I'm going to say it, hopefully not put words in her mouth, but we sometimes have to realize the end of our usefulness in the process. And I think we're kind of getting there, unless someone has something they think can get. We want to take us in a different direction, but I think we've kind of voted on this from different angles and not made much more progress.
I wouldn't say the end of our usefulness. I would say the end of our jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So just to summarize, the only thing that's passed so far on this, according to my notes, are a 67.21B timeliness violation.
Mm-hmm.
That's
correct.
Lots of other concerns, but no consensus around that.
And this might be something we do in an annual report or EOT takes up, or who knows, but I'm not sure at 8:45 with one more case and the amendments to get through, we're going to have a breakthrough at this point on this.
Unless we have any new ideas from the this end of the dais.
I just say that it's very painful to have a member of the public who is trying to get public information, and there's so many holes in this process that we can't come up with some kind of cure for it, or at least some inquiry about it to help. That's what we're here for. I'm not trying to admonish us, but I just feel like we failed the complainant on this one.
Then let me just ask on the record, I don't think we need a vote on it. But again, I would say I would like to get some written advice from the city attorney at some point on the intersection between state law, in particular 7923.610, but maybe other related sections, and 67.20.
Member Quilpa, if you want to get that advice, I would recommend put it in writing to the city attorney. They're always going to want it in writing, so you can submit that and do however you want to do that.
Okay.
Like I said, it's 8:45. We have another case. We have to get to the amendments.
That's fine.
Any more motions? If not, we're going to move on. And once, going twice. Okay. We have a motion that's been approved. We're moving on. File number, or item number 12.
Item number 12, file number 25077. Complaint filed by Chakotay Chima against the Human Services Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 12, 2025, the Complaint Committee referred the matter to the task force for hearing without recommendation for consideration and evaluation regarding which agency is the custodian of the records in question.
Okay, let's see if we have the parties to this case. And I neglected to thank the prior parties, and that was a lot of patience. We worked through that. So thank you for sticking with us. And let's see. So let's find the parties now for item number 12. Okay, it looks like we're having some hands raised here.
Hello, caller. Are you here for item 12?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Chima?
It is.
Thank you. One moment, please. Promoting you to panelist, you will be able to mute and unmute yourself.
Is Ms. Berry a party as well?
Yes.
Yes, I am present.
Yes, Ms. Berry, promoting you to panelist, and I will be checking in with Jessie Latch. Is Jessie Latch with your office?
Yes, she is.
Thank you. She has been promoted to panelist.
Okay, Ms. Berry and Ms. Latch, are you going to be sharing your time, or how, because we do allow for witnesses, are one of you a witness and one of you the respondent, or how does this work? Just so we make sure that we provide you the opportunities that you need.
Sure. I'm Michelle Berry. I am the respondent, and Miss Jessie Latch is my witness, so to speak. She will be providing additional information, but I am the respondent.
Okay, so what we'll do, Ms. Peterson, is that they have witnesses. They can have 3 minutes for the witness, so we can give that after the respondent speaks.
All right.
Okay.
One moment, please.
Good evening, Task Force. Deputy City Attorney Valerie Lopez. I would like the record to reflect that in my capacity this evening, I am sitting here as counsel to the task force, but you should know that I have other client departments as clients. The Human Services Agency is one of them. I serve as their general counsel. I did not work with the Human Services Agency with this specific complaint. However, the colleague that did work on this complaint subsequently consulted with me on this matter. Therefore, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself this evening as counsel to the task force in regards to line item 12, file number 25077. To the extent this task force has any questions for my office in regards to this line item, I recommend that they be submitted to my other colleagues who advise this task force. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DC Lopez. Member Schmidt, this went to complaints just recently. Should we know anything before we get started on it?
Yeah, you could see the number is 25077. So this is one that we're trying to get done on schedule, 45 days. So rah. Okay. The request is basically for records about a care provider, and the such as payroll records, personnel type of records, but I think it sort of focuses on payroll records. The request went to the Health Services Agency, and there was a response of nothing producible. I think that the reasons given first were that they don't have the records because it would be in the possession of the state, not the county. Secondly, even if they do have records or did have records, that they are exempt under the Welfare and Institutions Code. That's what the case is about.
Okay, let's get started then. We'll have the 5 minutes for the petitioner.
Members of the committee, good evening, and thank you for having me. The IHSS pay stub itself says, please contact your local county office for payment questions. That one sentence proves that San Francisco Human Services Agency has custody of payroll records. If the county can't answer payment questions, the county has the records. HSA told the task force it could neither confirm nor deny whether records exist. California law doesn't allow that, and under Admin Code 67.21 and Government Code 6253C, an agency must determine whether it has records and release all segregable portions. The 3 documents in my submission confirm the same thing. There's a 2022 income and expense declaration listing IHSS income. There's a 2022 profit and loss statement listing IHSS income. And there's the 2022 IHSS pay stub with the county office instruction. Together, they show that the records exist, they're local, and involve public funds. And I'm simply asking for an order of compliance requiring HSA to release the segregable payroll and transmittal data. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Ms. Berry, are you ready for your 5 minutes to begin?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Your time begins now.
Good evening, committee members. San Francisco Human Services Agency contests Mr. Chima's allegation that we failed to respond to his public records request for in-home supportive services, IHSS provider records. I'm going to provide a little bit of background in regards to in-home supportive services. The in-home supportive services program electronically collects, uses, and retains records on a data system called the Case Management Information and Payrolling System. This is known as CMIPS. CMIPS is a system that is responsive to the needs of IHSS recipients, providers, and the staff that administer and support the IHSS program. Under the jurisdiction of the California Welfare Institutions Code 12317, the state of California owns, controls, and maintains CMIPS. The state of California issues all checks for the individual provider's payment. Now, the California Department of Social Services, CDSS, has legal oversight over in-home supportive services. CDSS mandates that IHSS use CMIPS. CDSS maintains strict privacy regulations on electronically collected personal information. It states that electronically collected personal information is exempt from requests made under the California Public Records Act. In regards to this request on an individual IHSS provider's employment, payroll, and wage record, the California Government Code 7926.300 states that information regarding persons paid by the state to provide in-home supportive services is not subject to public disclosure. So in other words, the San Francisco Human Services Agency can either confirm or deny records, and even if HSA possessed records, those records would not be disclosable. Now, under the guidance of the California Department of Social Services, there is a policy that basically instructs counties specifically that to obtain a signed authorization from the identified provider when employment verification is requested by a third party. We requested that Mr. Chima provide a signed authorization from the party that he identified, and to this date, we have not received it. To the extent that the requester seeks payroll and wage records, San Francisco Human Services does not have responsive records. I am accompanied today by Ms. Jessie Latch. She is a San Francisco In-Home Supportive Services Manager, and she can help provide more details to the conditions as to how IHSS provider employment, payroll, and wage records can be provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I believe there's a witness then for the respondent. So let's give Ms. Latch 3 minutes.
Ms. Latch, you have 3 minutes. Are you ready for your time to start? I will give you a moment and then I will unmute you. Mr. Young, are you able to unmute Ms. Latch? One moment, please. Ms. Latch, you've been unmuted. Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
Hello. As stated, my name is Jessie Latch, and I am the program manager with the In-Home Supportive Services program. I oversee our Independent Provider Assistance Center. As Ms. Berry stated, we follow ACL 24-49, All County Letter, which gives us direction on providing information on in-home supportive services hours and service and the waiver personal care services, employment, wage, and verification. We are not allowed, based on that ACL, to provide any wage information to a third party without a signed authorization to release that information by the provider. We follow that direction. We request that providers, if they wish to have a wage verification or employment wage verification report, be sent to a third party, that they complete the form SOC 2301A.
Can you hold on 1 second?
The static is separate. Okay, I'll step away because I'm not able to. Yeah, my hearing is getting affected.
Reading over there if it helps, maybe.
Yeah, I think that would be better. Yeah.
I'm afraid I hit reset instead of pause. I believe we were at.
About 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, we had a technical issue in the room.
Restarting your time, Ms. Latch, at 2 minutes.
Sure. Yes, so any third part or any provider who wishes to have information sent to a third party, we request that they complete the form SOC 2301A, which is the IHSS and WPCS employment wage verification request form. In that form, the provider must provide their provider information, the requester's information, so that could be the individual, the agency, or the business requesting the verification. And they must state whether they want to complete the employment verification, the wage verification, and their delivery option, which is to either mail it and who to mail it to themselves, to a business or agency, and so on. It also has a statement which references the Government Code 6253.2 and Civil Code 1798, which indicates that they are releasing this, they're giving consent to release this information to a third party. So just wanted to provide that information. This is what we follow. We do not release any information to third parties without this with release.
Thank you.
Okay, members, do we have any questions?
So
go ahead, Member Popa.
So I heard the brief explanation about IHSS as a program. Do I understand correctly that either, and I don't recall that you said anything about the IHSS public authority, is that relevant here, or is this specific to individuals who work for that entity or some other IHSS provider, whatever that means? Is Barry?
Yes, and I'm going to defer to Jessie Latch as
That's
she
fine.
is my subject matter expert. Thank you.
That's fine.
Ms. Latch, you are unmuted.
Ms. Latch, are you there? We can't hear you. You may have yourself on mute.
Our information indicates she's unmuted. Ms. Latch, are you there? I was just toggling.
Okay, yeah.
Ms. Latch, are you there? Ms. Berry, are you able to,
I see a phone number or something that called in. I wonder if that's someone's computer freeze.
I can ask an alternate question of Ms. Berry.
Yes, please.
Okay, while we're waiting on that, the Sunshine Ordinance is pretty clear. I can get you the citation if you want it. The exact gross salary and city paid benefits available to every employee is required to be disclosed. So the city staff, and we'll get to them. Okay. The city staff, their specific gross salary and benefits should be available. Your salary and benefits, my great salary of $0, all of that should be available, both through the Sunshine Ordinance, Transparent California, et cetera. Is it your understanding that that is different with respect to employees of that work in regards to in-home support services, that they are not city employees, and so their exact gross salary and city paid benefits is not subject to disclosure in the same way? Is that part of what you're telling us?
Yes, I am. Yes, it is. It is not subject to disclosure.
Okay. Are IHSS, I don't know what the term is. Is it an employee, a provider, a caregiver? What's a good term?
I mean, they're pretty synonymous in terms of just using the same language that we have cited in our all county letter. They are an IHSS provider. They are a person who is the caretaker, but they're officially called the IHS provider.
Okay, so provider is not an organization, it's an individual in this case.
That is correct.
Okay, so an IHSS provider is not a public agency employee in California?
One moment, I am actually.
Chair Yankee, we
Yes.
do have a caller. Their hand is raised.
Yes, let's see if that's
it's
Ms. Latch who might be calling in, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Latch, is this you? We're having trouble hearing you. It sounds like it may be you. Could you speak again, please? Caller with the telephone number ending in 91. Can you please tell us if you are Ms. Jessie Latch?
Yes, this is Jessie Latch.
Excellent. One moment, promoting you to panelist.
All right. Thank you. I apologize.
I'm lowering your hand.
Okay, are we good technically so we can get answers to the questions?
Yes, but Ms. Berry's
Oh, yeah.
line is muted. There you
Okay.
go.
All right. Anybody who's
Yeah.
there, somebody?
I think the question is, who pays the IHSS provider?
Right.
Are they
And
an
our
employee or?
Right. And our IHSS providers, which sounds to me like our employees as we would understand them, are they public employees? And if they're not city employee, are they public employees? And if they are public employees, if they're not city employees, what kind of public employee are they? What can you tell us about generally about IHSS providers?
So, I can, this is Jessie Latch. I can provide some context there. So they are not city employees.
Okay.
Their employer is the recipient. However, the recipient is authorized hours by the IHSS program, which is a state program. And the compensation is provided by funding from Medi-Cal and from both state, local, and federal dollars.
Okay.
If it helps, member Pilpel, I actually found while we were waiting, kind of the answer to that question on the California's social services website. And it says, how are IHSS payments made?
Okay.
You may contact the social worker assigned to your case to determine the IHSS hourly rate in your county. Because unions negotiate with the employer of record in each county, the wage rates will vary from county to county. The state issues all checks for individual provider payments. If the provider qualifies, the state withholds the applicable amounts for disability insurance and social security taxes. So it sounds like the state's doing the payouts, but there's county by county unions that may
Sub-allocation or.
right. So just because you're in Mono County might be different than Los Angeles County, the rate that you're getting. But the state sounds like Spain.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Member LaHood, then I'll get to you.
Yeah, I have a question for the petitioner, Mr. Chima. Is he still there? Yeah. Are you trying to find out specifically how much this particular person made, or do you want to know what the pay rate is for their job classification?
For the particular person.
Okay, and now I want to ask the respondent, and I'm not sure, I guess
Either
Ms.
one.
Berry, either one. Is there a standard pay rate that everyone as our chair was saying, is there a standard rate that everyone is making? And so would this person and every other person in that same role be making the same amount of money? Or have the same
No,
hourly
they are
rate?
not.
Okay, how many tiers are there?
They may have the same hourly rate. If they're an independent provider, they may receive a different rate if they're receiving backup provider services, which are kind of like emergency services,
And then they also may receive another rate if the services are provided by our contract agency, Homebridge. But those providers are employed by Homebridge, not IHSS. So Homebridge is a contract agency which is reimbursed by the city. So I'm sorry, not the city, but the state, for any services they provide to any of our recipients who they are delivering services for.
So if the state is directly paying an individual, they might be making a different amount of money than if the state is paying an agency that is hiring individuals to work in those same jobs.
Correct. And those have to be certain, they have to meet certain criteria to be receiving services from our contract agency.
Okay, so it sounds like there's not an easy way to say if the person were working independently, they're making this amount, and at these, 18, 20, 22 based on the different things, because it depends on whether they're directly employed or employed by an agency.
I would say generally the providers who are independent provider mode are receiving the same rate of pay.
As the individuals employed by agencies. Okay.
Generally, and the same hourly rate.
Okay, thank you.
But they won't, yeah.
All right, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, just to be clear what Ms. Latch was saying. IHSS is a contracted service by the city for city residents that are in need of IHSS services. To date, the only contractor is Homebridge. Homebridge does the hiring and the firing of the in-home supportive workers that are not usually unionized. And their pay is regulated by how much the contract is granted through the various funding sources that Ms. Latch had mentioned, Medi-Cal, Medicaid, all that kind of stuff. So I hope that helps.
Any more questions? Are we ready for rebuttals? Okay, let's get to rebuttals here. So we'll start with Ms. Berry, who'll have 3 minutes, and then Mr. Chima.
Ms. Berry, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Excuse me. Yes.
Your time begins now.
Sure. So the request for a specific IHS provider is exempt. We did provide guidance to Mr. Chima in that if we received the authorization of the provider to him, a third party, we could provide information. Again, we have not received that. And that's my rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chima, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I'm here. And
Your time
the
begins
records
now.
that I shared with the committee, I received in discovery, so I know that they do exist and they're partial records, and they authenticate that they are in the possession of the County of San Francisco duplicate copies of the state records. That's my
Is that
rebuttal.
okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, members, thoughts on this one?
Let me ask a clarifying question, Mr. Kima. Are you able or unable to complete the relevant authorization forms and provide them to HSA to get the information that you're seeking?
Thus far, the information I've requested has been categorically refused by the provider, and it's part of a child support determination, which is pending this month.
No, okay. But what we just heard from HSA is that they provided you, and on page 6 and 7 of our packet, there's a reference to two attachments to authorization forms that it seems like if you're able to complete them and get appropriate sign off or signatures, that they may be able to provide the information. Are you, for whatever reason, not able to complete those forms and get the information that way?
I can complete the form, but it requires a person who has refused to cooperate.
Okay, so you've got.
I have the forms.
And when you
I've
say
been-
refuse to cooperate, that's not the city, that's some other third party?
That's the provider.
Individual.
Okay.
So not the city, it's the provider.
Okay. So I guess I'm back to Ms. Berry and Ms. Latch. In the case of what I think of as an employee and you term an IHSS provider, this state law provision prevents you from, I don't know about verifying employment, but providing payroll information about such an individual. They work for an agency, in this case, Homebridge, I guess. And even if the city has information about their payroll data, state law prohibits you from disclosing that. Is that what I'm understanding? It's not that you're exercising discretion, it's that you have no discretion. You're unable to provide that. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Member Schmidt.
They're prohibited.
Member Schmidt, then Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I, in terms of deliberation, I don't know if I could find a violation on this one. It does seem like it's a state matter. So, I mean, if there are records, they're going to be at state level. So we have nothing to do with that. And this W&I code seems pretty strong. So, you know, I know it's an unfortunate situation if you can't get what information about, someone's payroll who works for you, but I just don't see that there's any violation here. But I'm not going to make any kind of motion at this time because we're still going to have to deliberate.
Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I just had a question for the respondent. I'm wondering, where does it say that you cannot even confirm or deny the existence of records? Is it in 7926.300? Because I didn't see it there, or is it somewhere else?
Sure. So we have it in the WIC code 10850. When I was discussing CMIPS, the data system that provide the case management information payroll system, that is a system that's inclusive of the recipients and the providers. So that individual provider information is considered part of the IHSS recipient's record. And with the WIC code 10850, with the record of the IHSS recipient, it is very clear that we cannot confirm or deny whether or not the named individual is a recipient or a provider. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there to Ms. Berry, two quick things. In further communications, you had a recent email in October. If you could perhaps convert over to the new government code sections, that might be great, because we're now sort of thinking in the 7926 world, and you're still citing 6253.1 B and C. Anyway, just a thought. Is there any alternate source of this information that you could point the requester to?
Sure. When we were in correspondence, we did direct Mr. Chima to the California Department of Social Services public records request. So we had provided. We can provide that information once again. And again, lastly, we're waiting for I understand the situation. We are waiting to receive the signed authorization of the provider, but we did provide Mr. Chima with that option to contact CDSS's public records division.
Okay, perhaps that's helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, does anyone have a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, the only comment I have on this is that IHSS is administered at the county level. It's not administered at the state level. And so that's why each county has its own contracts. They apply for funding for it once the contract is made. So the information that the complainant is seeking does sit at the county level. Does not necessarily, it may also sit at the state level, but the administration of it would be at the local level. So I don't know if that helps or not, or whether there needs to be some confirmation of that. But I'm not, it sounded to me that the complainant was asking for the kind of the rates, not necessarily of any specific person.
No, it's a very specific person.
Oh, it was. Okay.
Yes. It's on page 8 of the packet.
Okay.
I don't want to say the name and introduce it, but it's an individual.
Yeah. Well, that does bring up kind of a protection of identification issues versus if it was a general question about salary rates for these folks or the wages. So, all right, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Member Schmidt, I think you were going to do something.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there is apparently a discovery process that's gotten certain information for this petitioner, but I think in our situation, I'm going to move to find a violation.
Okay, a motion by Member Schmidt to find no violation. Is there a second to that motion?
A second.
Seconded by Member Sugarman. All right, and let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
Can I ask?
Oh, gone numerous times already. Let's open up to public comment.
We have no one in the online community, no one in the room.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote on that motion then.
Taking the vote. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Kumar. Member Kumar, aye. Member Anderson, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. One absent, 9 ayes.
Okay, that motion passes. Thank you to the parties for joining us and for sticking with us so late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and move on to item number 13.
Okay. So, oh, sorry. I was too excited.
That was involuntary, guttural response. Item 13, hearing on Sunshine Ordinance amendments, discussion and potential action regarding proposed amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay, here's where we are. The Compliance and Amendments Committee, we did a lot of broad work and we've been trying to narrow things down and seek your guidance on so this is our current list. It's not to say things can't be added, but we're seeking your help. Are there things on this list that we want to set aside from our advancement of seeking amendments and updates to the ordinance, and which ones do we want to definitely pursue, and which ones do we want to set aside so we don't invest time and energy in trying to come up with proposals for them. The reasons we might set things aside are: do we think it's going to be too complicated? Do we think it's going to derail the process? Do we just not have consensus? Do we think what's there is sufficient? We've come up with this list. On many of these things, we have, I think, general consensus within the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and I think we have your general support. There are a couple of things on here where we don't have consensus, and I think especially with those, we are seeking additional guidance as to whether we should pursue them or not. I think it would be helpful to, if we have time, can we go through this list quickly and get a vibe check on things that you would like us to keep discussing or stop discussing?
I think that's a great idea. So maybe we do like within a half hour. I think we give us enough.
I think we can. But before we do that, members Pilpel and Wolf, and also member Anderson is also on the committee. Unfortunately, she had to go. But members Wolf and Anderson, is there anything you would add to that, or if we move forward with this process, does that make sense for you, and does that help us move things forward?
Sound good?
Sure.
Okay.
What was Member Wolf's comment? Silence equals?
Oh, silence equals agreement.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
But I want to make sure he's not having issues. Sorry.
Silence is consent.
Silence is consent.
I'm kind of losing it right now, but.
Okay, so we also broke these down into categories, and actually with upon Member Pilpel's recommendation, subcategories. So the first section is looking very much at enforcement. Many of these things have come from you, but first item, and Chair Yankee, I think you had mentioned in particular, section 6735D is particularly confusing. I think there was general agreement that was confusing and that we should come up with some recommendations on that.
Yes. So here was my thought when I wrote my recommendations to you, is that I think we run into problems when we come to enforcement. So I'm envisioning potentially 2 enforcement options, which we may include both, because I think that actually including more than one is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Option 1 is, I think, the problem we run into at the ethics commission is where there's not a definition of willful failure. And when we do send it to ethics, it goes into staff land that never really sees a public hearing, no public report, and disappears, right? So I was thinking in that regard, there's a couple of things we can do. When we issue an order, the idea is that the department complies with the order. If the department does not comply with an order, we can then bring notice to the department head that said order needs to be complied with. At that point, the department head would be responsible. And we can write somewhere into 6734, the department head shall comply with the order, and their failure to comply with the order or provide some affirmative defense, because there's going to be times when perhaps they don't agree and there's a good legal justification, like we had with the license plate cameras, where I don't think that the police department was necessarily committing misconduct, but they had a different legal opinion. I think that's okay. We didn't like is when the chief of police was ghosting us for 2.5 years trying to find zebra files and wouldn't show up and all that. Right, so I think there has to be some level of expectation. There has to be something written into the ordinance that says they have to be an active participant in the process, and their failure to do so is willful misconduct and shall be handled at a public hearing of the Ethics Commission. So we have to be very clear that it needs to be a public hearing. We can talk about maybe do we approach the subject of adding some type of monetary fines in there, because I think what we're getting to is we've now had with the mayor and with Supervisor Gardio, where the Ethics Commission says, well, we can really only do one thing, and that's take them out of office, and well, they're already out of office, so we're not going to do anything about it. Chief of Police, same thing. No, he's no longer in office. These things seem to drag out and then nothing happens. So I wouldn't, I don't think we should be, docking employees' paychecks or anything. That's when I wrote my suggestions that we should be very careful about talking about city employees. But I think department heads or maybe and elected officials are a different story. We certainly issue penalties for you getting your Form 700 in late, right? So if we can issue monetary penalties for that, I would think that, not complying with the Sunshine Ordinance order should at least rise perhaps to the same level. So that's kind of enforcement option one I thought of. Option two is the thing where people can go to court, right? They already can go to court, but how does it help them to come to us first, right? What I don't want to see happen is where people come to us, go through the process, and then we issue an order, and then for some reason, it's kind of the default position where if the city department doesn't agree, they don't go to a court to appeal. It's up to the petitioner to then somehow go to court, oftentimes starting all the way at the beginning of the thing and not actually having a way to enforce the order without starting at the beginning and trying to make a whole case under, the CPRA. And so I was thinking some type of language that specifically talks about a petitioner going to court to enforce an order, and some type of deference given to the process that already played out administratively. There's a lot of case law and a lot of rules in California about administrative law and certain levels of deference given to the administrative law process. And I think some version of that would be helpful so that someone needs to, if they want to go to court, only needs to go to court and say, look, I have an order, need your help enforcing this, rather than trying to prove a case from the very beginning. I think we add value to the process that way to a certain extent. I don't think 6735D is helping the process. It's confusing about what a complaint is, what enforcement action is, and all that. So I'll stop there, but that was kind of my thought on the enforcement thing. And then also adding, I think I listened to some of the audio. Member Pilpa had a great suggestion about the, board and commission members who filed the sunshine training, right? So we want to make sure that there's also, right now as it's currently written, if the police commission was holding a meeting and they came out and said publicly, we are not going to take public comment. We know we should, but we're still not going to take it. We still can't hold them actually in willful violation because commissioners aren't included in that. And so there should be some level of expectation for having high profile board and commission meetings. Those people should not be able to violate the Sunshine Ordinance willfully. So those are my thoughts on enforcement.
Okay, question on this because, we have some other things in here that you didn't quite address, but in the third bullet point, Member Wolf had proposed when there's a willful compliance failure, the task force could bring it to the court directly, but it sounds like that's not what you're recommending.
That's not mine.
Yeah.
I think it should be the petitioner that does it, but there should be some type of benefit given to them for going.
How can we ensure that for them?
Well, my thought is this: if we write, presumably, if someone's going to court, they're going to go to San Francisco Superior Court. They're going to talk about enforcing something under the Sunshine Ordinance. I would assume we could write something into, and this might require some level of legal expertise, but some level of instruction to a judge who might be trying to, enforce the Sunshine Ordinance or look to it. Which obviously there's prior case law that has references to the Sunshine Ordinance that says should a petitioner need to enforce an order in a superior court, some level of deference shall be given to the task force order. I'm coming off the top of my head, something along the spirit of that.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, or
oh, sure, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Member Lloyd. So my thought on this was really about the willful failure thing, because that's really our responsibility to administer. So if the Ethics Commission isn't willing to do it, then we take it to another enforcement agency.
This wasn't about orders of determination. Now I see what you're right, or specifically about these, not general orders of determination, but ones about will compliance, or excuse me, will compliance failure.
Right.
Well, I guess the question is then, do we want to go to court? Does it make sense? Do we have the resources for that? I mean, that's the big question. Like saying we could do it, but if there are no resources, it's hollow.
My guess is that even if there's precedent for doing it, and there are sometimes precedents for one county department to take another county board or whatever else to court, I'm not sure that that's politically the best rep to take. I don't know.
Well, they do it. They do it in Washington all the time.
And that's a great example.
And we look to them for this, yeah. Just because you can, I'm not sure that's like a best practice or the way that we should encourage or formulate this. Member Adams, I think it is, Adam?
I guess.
Is your microphone on?
Yes, it says it's on. It doesn't sound. Now it does. Just for my own benefit, looking at some of the stuff, there's some very interesting things in here, but I'm curious about how all of this, like the entire effort, fits into the broader sort of political question right now. So if it's the case that the Commission Streamlining Task Force is going to put a charter amendment on the ballot, presumably for November 2026, that might change something about this task force. And, you know, the mayor has signaled interest in broader charter reform. Like, how does all of this work line up with that? Because it seems like, you know, things happening here could get swept up, or maybe it could feed into that. Like, what's realistically on the table here?
That's news to me.
What'd you say?
I said it's news to me that the mayor's going to put a charter amendment, you know, to revise the charter in 2026.
It's not confirmed, but there's some recent reporting on interest around charter reform.
Yeah, even at the Commission Streamlining Task Force, Chair Harrington said that Spur is going to come out with some type of full-on charter reform measure within the next, I think, week or so. That's gaining a lot of interest. Obviously, I'm not sure anyone's committed to it yet, but I think Member Adams is right that that's potentially on the horizon.
Can I?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would say this. We don't know what's going to come of these other efforts. I don't think that should stop us from coming up with our best recommendations and try to advance those. Now, you're right. There's always, and we've seen this before, where there are conflicting measures on the ballot, and then there are these triggers. If this, you know, if both pass, this happens. If this passes and this doesn't, this happens. We might run into one of those situations. I don't think that should stop us from doing the work. And in fact, I think if we can really narrow what we're trying to do to very specific things, that maybe some of our efforts will be taken up by others. But I definitely think we're at the point where we need to narrow. And I think we might need to cross some of these things off, because I think if our requests are too broad, it's going to be very easy to ignore them. So I think we need to figure out what we really want to prioritize. So like, if there are things we can cross off this list, let's cross them off the list. And maybe even once we do that, coming back, you know, next month, which will be before CAC, like thinking about it and saying, okay, even among these, which ones do we really think need to be prioritized, and which ones are second tier?
And I think I would also add to the, like, the political climate and all that, is that I think a lot of what we can sell is the value we bring to the city. Because if we disappear, Sunshine doesn't go away. It goes to court more likely than not, right? And court's a lot more expensive than us.
Way inefficient, yeah.
Right? It takes longer. It costs the petitioner money. It costs the city more money. So if we can do our work and do our work more efficiently and more effectively for the city, I think that's actually in line with a lot of the streamlining things. And I think a lot of what is on this list are pain points that we've all come to multiple times. It seems to impede our work and doesn't help move things along. So I don't think it's necessarily in conflict. I think if presented appropriately, could be part of that broader idea. Member Popo?
Yeah. Member Adams asked an excellent question, and I don't have.
Move my hand open and closed.
I don't have a great answer. My best answer, though, is less about policy or the political dynamics and more just about institutional capacity. I was going to reference later SB 707 and all of that that's coming fast and furious. I think implementation of that is going to be a big deal. Digesting and addressing even the commission streamlining suggestions to date, let alone the, uncertain budget outlook, the, policy priorities from Mayor Lurie that are still in formation, the spur efforts that I was aware of, but I didn't know that there was something coming that quickly. The efforts at the Board of Supervisors around various types of streamlining, not just with regard to commissions. I think all of that is going to be a lot for the city writ large to digest over the next 6 to 18 months. And depending on how complicated our proposal is, it may just be a bridge too far. And so I agree that we should not necessarily slow down or even necessarily pull things off. If anything, we should get it right, but we may get to a point of we've got it right, we've got it tuned as best we can, but we still want to put it on hold because we're not going to get support. And if anything, it may get watered down or twisted to a point where it's worse than what we've got now, which is, you can imagine, possible. So, it's one of those, be careful what you ask for. That's just my caution at this point. I'm sorry if that, never mind. Keep going.
So with that, Member LaHood, you want to keep going on the list?
going.
That was the,
Yeah.
I think my suggestions were more
Yours.
spirited around enforcement.
Okay, right. So in this enforcement section, so it sounds like the first couple we sort of generally agree on, maybe additional training requirements. How about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fifth one down, give the SOTF enforcement powers and or explain clearly the extent to which the task force will pursue compliance. There needs to be a clear endpoint for our process if a department refuses to comply. I think we generally agree on this. The wording needs to be tightened up. The next one I left in here, but I'm directing this to Vice Chair Stein. I'm going to take this out of the next version because we had a discussion about, whether there should be a list of departments that aren't complying. We don't think that saying that belongs in the ordinance. We think that's something that really is about our annual report. So this is going to disappear from this page. But to you. The next one, again, we don't have consensus on where there are serial violations by an agency or body or people in that body. Member Wolf suggested that we add something about the supervisors would take that under consideration during budget time. Personally, I feel like we're overstretching with this, but maybe Member Wolf wants to explain a little more what he was thinking, or I don't know, Member Wolf, if you've.
Yep.
Go for it.
So generally, in the past, we would make, like our annual report, if we were to make some specific reports about certain departments or bodies or what have you, that the hope was that the supervisors would take that into consideration and provide a little pressure during budget time to kind of come into compliance. And so that's kind of where the rubber meets the road when it comes to agencies or departments not really doing a good job. And so that was kind of the thrust of my point on this one.
On this point, I think this is another one where we could do it now, similar to the annual report. It could be included in the annual report. We could write separate letters I actually think that we don't send enough letters. I've tried to do some of that. We could do more of that. But I think we have existing authority to communicate more. And I guess I think that in the realm of enforcement, we make determinations as we did earlier tonight. Some of those result in decisions about a particular set of facts, and some of those are just more, broadly how to fix a problem. And if we had more language in the ordinance that says that regardless of how we rule on a particular case, that we could and should communicate with department heads, with the board, with the mayor, with the ethics commission, with various players to try to fix things, that might be good. And that could, again, be written broadly.
Member Adams.
Yeah, with this one, I'm curious about what it means for supervisors to take this under consideration, and how would we know whether due consideration has been given?
They do their business in public.
Well, I mean, I think an example is the zoo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's something that you written into the ordinance. I
That's
think.
what I think,
I can't see someone saying, gosh, we're going to, defund 3 police officers because they didn't get the police records to respond in time. I mean, or we're going to cut off, social services to someone because look, they didn't respond to this IDR timely. I just don't see necessarily the connection there, but nonetheless, I get the spirit of, particularly when it comes with contracts and stuff like the zoo and so forth. I think that's where we can make a big impact. If you're funding something and they're not complying with the contract, I think we need to be, pretty clear about it.
and this goes more into like how we handle things and more letter writing. Let's communicate better. Let's explain what's going on.
I feel like this is something that could be, I'm not sure I entirely agree with it. I'll say first, because I just feel like in doing the annual report, it's become so aware that because there are certain petitioners who are constantly targeting like the same agencies and sometimes over very minor infractions. Not the biggest infractions. It's like skewed. We don't really know who's, it's not necessarily an accurate picture of who's complying or not. And then at the same time, I feel like we internally right now could ourselves just be doing a better job with monitoring whether our orders are complied with. But I feel like these are things that can be handled internally or maybe even be written into our complaint procedures, that we're going to write letters, or if we decide that there's been too many infractions by one agency. But I would almost rather define those infractions as like failure to follow our orders than necessarily how many complaints are coming against a particular agency, because it's kind of skewed to what sometimes a handful, literally, of repeat petitioners are focusing on.
I think those are great points.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think failure to comply with our orders, I think, is at a higher magnitude and worthy of more focus by the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. This is helpful. Okay. I think the last hollow bullet point in this section about adding an explicit statement that our orders should be complied with. Sure. Like, I feel like this is, it's sort of implied, but if we want to say it explicitly, great. 6734, we're talking about this being broadened to apply to, and this is, I think,
You already talked about that.
You already talked about that.
Yep.
So I think we're on agreement with this. We just need to clean up the language so that it is understood by people who are not us.
And let's make clear that it's both broader and narrower. It's broader to include members of boards and commissions, but it's narrower to remove this concept, this amorphous concept of managerial public employee.
Right, which was very confusing. and
Right. That we're really trying to focus on members of boards and commissions and department heads.
That's triggered my warning about the meet and confer, because you start talking about disciplinary actions or anything about anyone who's in a union, and that is going to just derail this whole thing. So I think it's best to get them out.
Okay. So any thoughts on this, or can I keep rolling?
Rolling.
Okay. Super, Bruce, I love it. Okay. Supervisor of records. We have talked about this, how it's problematic, but actually I just want to read this. So the city attorney is answering questions about whether records are public, but is there enough value in directing petitioners to that office rather than to the task force if the city attorney is not ordering production of records or taking other enforcement action? Should language suggesting this as a pathway to access records that have not been produced or be removed from the ordinance? Should this role be removed entirely, or should aspects of it be transferred to the task force? If compliance with the current role is dependent on who is elected city attorney, then the current provision doesn't work. So, thoughts on that?
I'll give you like 30 seconds of thought.
Okay.
I don't think it's working. I think it sets up a false expectation for members of the public, since they're not going to get an order. I mean, the city attorney's office said they're not going to issue orders as supervisor of records. And I don't necessarily disagree with their reasoning. They can't defend the city and then issue orders against the city simultaneously. So I think it was a well-intentioned thought, but I don't believe it belongs to the city attorney's office. I mean, I think in an ideal world, I would love to see, there must be some level of funding for that. I think it'd be great if it was transferred to us and then we had an attorney who could act in that role. But I see that happening necessarily right now with the budget thing.
So you think this role should be just removed, like it should be taken out of the ordinance?
I think so, because I don't think it's serving a value as it is.
Okay.
Because it says that members of the public can go there and get an order. And we know that city attorney's office is not going to issue an order because they've already said so publicly. So why continue to have it there? Because members of the public who read that think they might go there and get something they're never going to get.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I would just say that it's maybe in this iteration of the city attorney, the last iteration, they were a little more focused on it. The previous iteration, maybe a little more focused on it. But I think it's a matter, that's why I said that it's all pertains to who is elected, since our city attorney is one of the few in the state that are elected by the voters. It becomes arbitrary to that position at that point. But I do want to ask through the chair to Member Bilpel, what was the thrust of including this in the ordinance at its inception?
I believe this was not in its inception. I think this was a Prop G 1999 edition where there was a view that despite Louise Rennie, the then city attorney, who some people had sunshine issues with, that there was a view that having a somewhat independent person within the office to take a second look at a sunshine request might reduce the burden on the task force, might reduce the amount of litigation, might have some beneficial effect. I don't think it was fully thought through. It certainly wasn't vetted with the office prior to Prop G going on the ballot. My best thought on this is to keep the language that we have, to keep the language in this document saying that we should consider nuking it, and to suggest a meeting between our Chair LaHood, myself, somebody, or some small group, and David Chu and his top deputies, to talk about what he views as something that's doable, what they're willing to do within the law, within the ethics guidelines, within budgets and reality. And he may say, look, we can quantify this as, $80,000 a year or $120,000 a year. If we don't do that, sure, I'd be happy to advocate, turning that into a legal assistant in our office or for the task force, blah, 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 right? I mean, I think we need to have a discussion with them about that. And it's, at a much due respect to DCA Lopez, it's at that higher level. Sorry.
Member Adams, do you have?
Yep, this is another thing, just sort of getting myself up to speed on the context here. Has there been any discussion about some sort of engagement with the controller, given the clarified powers of the controller and the new inspector general in Prop C? Because it does certainly seem like there's some very clear overlap in terms of the production of public records and compelling certain data to be produced. So I'm not sure how that fits into things with the supervisor of records and the city attorney.
Finance only.
What was that, Member Wolf?
Finance only. For the controller.
So I'm going to make a suggestion. Why don't we do this? It's getting to be 10 o'clock. There's still a long way to go. You folks don't meet again until the end of December, correct?
Correct. So what I can do is sort of remove some of the things we're agreeing are being removed, add some of the notes, and just put this on the agenda again for December, so you all can see where it is, but we're not going to meet again until the end of December.
Right. So here's what I'm thinking. We stop this discussion now,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
And then continue the rest in December?
Continue the rest in December because there's nothing that's going to happen between now and December anyway.
Okay, in that case,
But-
I'm
but
not even going to change it. I'm going to ask Administrator Peterson to add the same document without changes to the December meeting, and then I'll just do all of the changes for the
Okay.
next meeting.
And if everyone's okay with it, I think we really need to get this done because there is a timeline. If
Yep.
we're going to make a proposal or pitch to a supervisor or the mayor's office, whomever. I thought limiting us to 4 complaints tonight would give us enough time, but obviously we got kind of hung up on one of them. So I'm going to go even to 3 complaints files next month. I realize it's going to hit our backlog, but I think we need to make room for this discussion about the amendments. And if we don't do it now, I'm not sure when we're going to get to it.
Yep.
So is everyone okay if we kind of have a very shortened complaint calendar next month to get through this? Okay, so that's going to be my plan. I'm only going to do 3 complaints. Interestingly, I think supervisor of records is also going to be. What was that? Got it. Supervisor of records will also be our next meeting, and we'll discuss commission streamlining. So it's going to be a low complaint.
Great. Okay.
And we'll continue up.
Thank you for racing through the first page with me.
Okay.
Oh,
Anything?
Public comment.
What's that?
Public comment.
Public comment, that's right. Public comment. And actually, there is no one here, and I can see there's no one online. So there is no members of the public, so no public comment.
No action taken, but more nice.
Yep. All right, so let's go to 14.
Item 14, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anything on this?
I think
Member Popo?
I think I said I had a number of brief items here. So let me just talk about SB 707 for a second. So if you aren't aware, please do a quick look up somewhere. Brown Act, SB 707, 2025 or 2026. So unbeknownst to me, at least, while we've been talking about amendments here, there were a couple of major Brown Act bills that were working their way through Sacramento. Some of those provisions got dropped, some got merged. The big bill that came out of it was 707, which does a number of things, and I think we will need to get some advice and a summary from the city attorney's office, and we should talk about that either at EOT or back here next month. Both, among other things, my understanding is that cities of 30,000 or more, counties of 600,000 or more, certain special districts will all be required to have teleconferencing or hybrid meetings as a requirement, and will be required to translate each agenda or each meeting into certain other languages if the county using ACS data, if at least 20% of the population doesn't speak English well. There are a number of other provisions, but it creates a new definition of qualified legislative bodies and subsidiary legislative bodies that are similar to advisory bodies. It does all kinds of Brown Act things, some of which we may well like, But again, it's going to be a question of capacity for these agencies to implement. And some of this is as soon as January 1. So I just want people to be aware, and maybe I can work with Chair Yankee to craft a specific information request from the city attorney to, better summarize the provisions, what they are.
DC Lopez, are you at all familiar with this bill? Anything the city attorney's office might be doing to give broad advisement to the city on it?
DC Lopez, no, I'm not personally familiar with it, nor have I heard anything. So
Okay.
it'd probably be best if you want to.
Yeah, I'm assuming as large as it is, someone probably somewhere is already on it, and I would hope so.
Yeah. I mean, I've already seen law firm memos that talk about it.
It's been passed and chaptered.
Yeah. So yes, some of it is out there. Feel free to look that up, and let's figure out. We'll need to learn a lot more about this very soon. In a related matter, or not related, we wrote a letter several months ago about Board of Supervisors file 250192, which included an increase in the threshold for 12L compliance. That apparently passed and was signed by the mayor. I think we also need to ask the city attorney about how that's going to be implemented. When does that particular provision take effect? As long as existing contractors are subject to their existing contract, do the 12L provisions still run? Do we still hear all of those 12L complaints? Anyway, just something about how that plays out. So that's 250192. And just finally, I actually wanted to end with 4 different individuals, at least 3, but possibly 4 individuals for in memoriams, which I don't usually do, but we haven't done in a while. I think Member Wolf mentioned that his mother had passed away a few months ago. It may be appropriate for us to recognize that. I also recognize Belva Davis, who was a longtime broadcaster in the Bay Area, Channel 5, Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 9, groundbreaking Black woman journalist, and certainly someone I remember growing up and believing in the value of news and the importance of journalism. Also over the summer, Bill Bagley, who is a former Republican moderate assemblyman from Marin County, the author of the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, and I believe the author or co-author of the California Public Records Act, passed away. And finally, John Burton, a longtime legislator from the city, including state senator, who was importantly the author of what became Proposition 59 and put into the state constitution protection for the open meetings and public records requirements that we enforce here. So I think all 4 are worthy of a moment of recognition at the end of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, seeing nothing, is there anyone still online for public comment? I turn my computer off.
We have one person online. If you'd like to make public comment on item 14 and you are in our online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We'll give you a moment. We have no hands raised, no one in the room.
Okay, no public comment then, and we'll close that and move on to the next item.
Item 15, adjournment.
Move.
Okay. Okay, so all opposed or all in favor? All right.
The
We
meeting
are
is
adjourned
Thank you.
in memoriam of those individuals suggested by Member Pilpel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts.
The meeting is adjourned at 10:05 p.m. Recording is off. Microphone is off.